Recording in progress.
If we could take our seats. You don't make me get my pen out. Okay. All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. We're back in session, and we're on to C5, and I'll turn to Merrick Burton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is agenda item C5, which is the approval of the council meeting records. The draft meeting records for the March and April 24 Pacific Fishery Management Council meetings are provided in your briefing book for your review. What we are doing here today is approving those. They are attachments 1 and 2. These draft meeting records also serve as the official meeting minutes and contain links to documents for the meeting, as well as staff summary of key agenda items. And Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to take any questions. Otherwise, back over to you. Okay.
Any questions? Sharon Kiefer.
Mr. Chairman, for a motion.
Please. I'm not seeing any discussion, so.
Mr. There it goes. Mr. Chairman, I move the council approve the draft council meeting records included in agenda item C5, attachment 1, draft council meeting record 275th session of the Pacific Fishery Management Council, March 5 through 11, 2024, and attachment 2, draft council meeting record 276th session of the Pacific Fishery Management Council, April 5 through 11, 2024.
Thank you, Sharon. Is the language on the screen accurate?
Mr. Chairman, yes, it is.
All right. Second by Bob Dooley. Thank you, Bob. Speak your motion as needed.
Mr. Chairman, I think the motion is quite explicit.
All right. Very good. Discussion. All right. With that, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? All right. Motion passes unanimously. All right. Very good. Thank you. And off to F6. And with that, I'll turn the gavel over to Vice Chair Hasselman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a continuation of our specs process. So I'm going to turn it over to Todd Phillips to update us, summarize where we are and what we need to do today. Todd.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, Council. So as the Vice Chair indicated, this is F6, the continuation from yesterday. This is the harvest specifications and management measures item. So yesterday we heard from all advisory groups that provided comments. We heard from the states. We heard from the region as well. There was a little bit of discussion on the floor. Today we are scheduled to take action as noted in the situation summary. I can easily repeat that, or is also shown there on the screen. Let's see, today you could have additional discussion as appropriate and then move into any motions that you may have. That's really it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Todd. So I'm not going to see if there's any questions on that. We had a chance for that yesterday, but you've had a chance to think about it. We initiated discussion on this agenda item yesterday, and I will look around to see if there's any other additional discussion that needs to be had before we get to motions. And it appears there is no additional discussion to be had on the matter, so I'll look to motions. Joe Oatman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I did submit a motion a moment ago. See if it's arrived yet. Thank you. Here's the F6 tribal motion. I move that the council adopt as final preferred alternative the tribal set-asides, harvest guidelines, and allocations as shown in agenda item F5A, Tribal Supplemental Report 1, April 2024.
Thank you, Joe. That language on the screen appears accurate and complete. Do you agree?
Yes, it is, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Seconded by, no, sorry. Let's make sure.
Sorry. I think there's a mistake in that it's not F5, I don't believe. I believe it's F6.
It was the April meeting, though. Let's make sure.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Thank you. Didn't want to.
All right. Thank you. Seconded by Sharon Kiefer. Please speak to your motion, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So as the council is aware, the tribes intend on continuing all their existing groundfish fisheries for 2025 and 2026 and have developed set-asides which allow them to accommodate and manage the expected mortality in their upcoming fisheries. The council adopted as a PPA the set-aside request as outlined in F5A Supplemental Tribal Report 1, April 2024. The coastal tribes have requested no further adjustments to set-asides, harvest guidelines, and allocations after their initial request. And therefore would like the council to adopt these set-asides and allocations as identified in F5A Supplemental Tribal Report 1 as final preferred alternative. I would also like to highlight that in late May, some legacy language regarding tribal fishery management measures was found in the council analytical document, which did not accurately reflect PPA as adopted by the council in April. Tribal representatives on the GMP and the GAP have confirmed with council staff that removal of this language from the council analytical document will not result in any changes to management of tribal fisheries, and that the language has not been relevant to management of tribal fisheries for several biennium. Following adoption of Supplemental Tribal Report 1 at FPA, the council analytical document will be amended to accurately reflect FPA as adopted by the council.
Thank you, Joe. Any questions for clarification on the motion? Not seeing any questions. Discussion on the motion? No discussion on the motion. I will call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Joe. Next, I believe Lynn Mattis has a motion. Lynn?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, I believe I'm next in the queue. And our fine folks in the back of the room have just put it up. Just do want to note that the numbers, action item numbers, are based on the action item checklist which is attachment 1. So I move that the council adopt the following alternatives as the final preferred alternative for groundfish management measures in 25 and 26. Exempted fishing permits. Adopt both EFP renewals for 25 and 26 management period. Number 1, the West Coast Seafood Processors Association and Oregon Trawl Commission year-round trawl gear EFP. And 2, the CDFW Fishery Dependent Biological Data Collection EFP renew for cow cod and add quillback and yellow eye rockfishes for 25-26. For action item number 2, off the top deductions. That should say adopt the following final set-asides. Thank you. For 25 and 26, as shown in Appendix 1, Agenda Item F6A, Supplemental GMT Report, June 2024. For research, use the rolling 10-year maximum of research mortality to set research set-asides in 25 and 26, except for canary rockfish, set at 10.1 metric tons per year, cow cod, 10 metric tons per year, California quillback, 0.1 metric tons per year, and yellow eye rockfish, 2.9 metric tons per year. For incidental open access, use the rolling 10-year maximum methodology to set IOA set-asides for 2025, 2026, except for Boccaccio South, 2.2 metric tons, canary rockfish, 2.8, dark blotched rockfish, 10.7, long spine thorny head north of 3427, 1.3, petrale sole, 4.4, sablefish south of 36, 25.0, widow rockfish, 1.0, nearshore rockfish north of 4010, 1.1, slope rockfish south of 4010, 0.9, and yellow eye rockfish, 3.9 metric tons. Each of those is per year. Exempted fishing permits, no set-asides for 25 and 26. And for recreational sablefish north of 36 north latitude, create a recreational set-aside of 30 metric tons. Action item number 5, 2-year trawl, non-trawl allocations. Adopt status quo for 2-year allocations for all stocks except widow rockfish. Make it 30 metric ton non-trawl. Remainder to trawl as recommended by the GAP in Appendix 1 of their report here from June. Action item number 6, rebuilding species overfish species allocations. Maintain the current yellow eye rebuilding allocations of 8% trawl, 92% non-trawl. Action item number 7, Amendment 21 allocations. Maintain current Amendment 21 trawl, non-trawl allocations for all species except for short spine thorny head, which will be covered under action item number 19, and then reconsider allocations during the intersector allocation review. Action item number 8, harvest guidelines state shares for stocks in a complex. Adopt status quo harvest guidelines for blackgill rockfish within the slope rockfish south of 4010 north latitude complex. And no species-specific harvest guidelines for Oregon black blue deacon rockfish complex or the Oregon or Washington cabezon and kelp greenling complexes. Action item 17, the Oregon recreational fishery. Adopt the recommendations for the Oregon recreational fishery as outlined in agenda item F5, supplemental ODFW report 1 from April of 2024. And action item 19G, new management measures other. Adopt the updated scientific name for Pacific sand lance to Amidites personatus and the common name for spiny dogfish to Pacific spiny dogfish in regulation.
Thank you. And before we go too far, can you scroll back to action item number 5? As you read it, you said 30. It says 300 metric tons here.
Thank you, Vice Chair. It should be the 300. I misspoke when I was reading.
All right, thank you. I believe that's the only correction that was necessary. So I will ask you, there's a lot of stuff. The language in your motion is accurate and complete?
Yes, sir. It appeared to be so.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Krista Svensson. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This is the culmination of a lot of work by a lot of people behind the scenes as we moved through. On the exempted fishing permits, both of these are continuations and neither will require set-asides. So there's no impact to other fisheries. And it's believed there's still pertinent information being gained from these EFPs. So there seems good reason to renew those. For the off-the-top deductions, I believe it was last cycle, the GMT went to a 10-year maximum rather than historic maximum to try to reflect better what is going on currently. And that seems to make sense for most species, with the exception of the few that are outlined in the tables. And those are tend to be high attainment species. So we really try to narrow down exactly what research is going on and account for those specifically. As an example, with yellow eye rockfish, the way it's set up is we know there's some research going on in all 3 states in the IPHC survey. So we try to very specifically account for that. Similarly, with the incidental open access, those are fisheries we do not have active management over, but we do our best to estimate what those might be. The recreational sablefish north of 36, that has been a 6 metric ton set aside in recent years. However, with the boon of sablefish that seems to be out there and restrictions due to other species, there is some new interest in targeting sablefish by the recreational fishery. So to try to account for that, we are increasing the set aside to 30 metric tons. And given where we are with the ACL in 25 and 26, that should not have an influence on any other fishery. It should not cause restrictions to any of the fisheries. On the trawl and non-trawl allocations, the GAP, the GMT had agreed with status quo for everything except widow rockfish. As the widow rockfish ACL has been decreasing, there's some additional need for the trawl sectors. And the GMT and the GAP took a look at what the non-trawl sectors have been taking and felt it was appropriate to reduce the non-trawl allocation by 100 metric tons, that it should still be enough to cover the non-trawl fisheries and not restrict those while providing an additional 100 metric tons to the trawl fishery. On item 6, rebuilding species, overfish species allocations, both the GAP and the GMT recommended maintaining the current sharing percentages as that stock continues to rebuild. Amendment 21 allocations for trawl, non-trawl for all species except short spine thorny head. I believe later this year we are starting the intersector allocation review process. And that seems like an appropriate time to dive deep into this rather than trying to put it into a specs process, knowing this other process is coming up. I believe Ms. Hall will speak to short spine thorny head in a later motion, but that one is called out because of some new management measures we are going to be conducting. On item 8, harvest guidelines and state shares for stocks in a complex. It is status quo for the blackgill rockfish as part of the slope complex. That is a highly targeted species for some sectors and warrants some protection or some monitoring on its own. The no species specific harvest guidelines for the Oregon black blue deacon complex and the Washington and Oregon kelp greenling and cabezon complexes, that is status quo. That is not something new. We're not removing anything. Both states have made the commitment to manage the species in those complexes to their species specific shares and have been doing a good job. Therefore, those don't seem warranted at this time. For the Oregon recreational fishery, as I mentioned yesterday, we did not submit a new report. We are going with what we had last in April. The season structure would be open year-round, all depth, and we are going to be working through our state process this summer to set up bag limits and sub-bag limits once we have some additional data from this year to see how fisheries are going. We are likely, because of the decrease in black rockfish, going to be looking at a pretty big decrease to the recreational fishery bag limit or a sub-bag limit for black rockfish. Additionally, we will be implementing, there will be an implementation of a 5-fish sub-bag for canary rockfish in the long leader gear fishery. And then a new item is a separate bag limit for sablefish, pulling sablefish out of the general marine bag and having an individual limit of 10 fish for that, again, to try to accommodate some new and renewed interest in sablefish. And then finally, the last item here is updating the scientific name for Pacific sand lance. This is been a very important issue for an ODFW staff member to get that updated in all of our FMPs, and updating the common name to spiny dogfish better aligns with the American Fisheries Society. So I think that's a good overview of what's in there. I think that's it for this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. I'll look around and see if there are any questions for clarification on the motion. Not seeing any questions. Excellent description of that. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Now I will turn my eyes to my right to see if there are any motions on this side. Marcy Yaremko.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I believe motion has been sent. Great. I move the council adopt the following final preferred management measure alternatives for 2025-2026 following the action item checklist in agenda item F6, attachment 1, June of 2024. Action item number 1, area management. Minor revisions to rockfish conservation area waypoints as recommended in agenda item F5A supplemental CDFW report from April of 2024. Action item number 4, ACTs. Adopt the following: yellow eye rockfish non-trawl ACTs 2025 of 31.7 metric tons, 2026 32.3 metric tons. Remove the California Quillback rockfish non-trawl ACT. For California copper rockfish, remove the statewide ACT and establish a recreational ACT south of 3427 north of 15.8 metric tons in 2025 and 18.0 metric tons in 2026 as recommended in agenda item F6A supplemental CDFW report, June of 2024. Action item 10, fixed gear OA and recreational. Adopt status quo 2-year within trawl and or non-trawl or sharing agreement for blackgill rockfish and slope rockfish south of 4010. Canary rockfish, 36% commercial non-trawl, 12.3% Washington recreational, 18.5% Oregon recreational, 33.2% California recreational. For cow cod south of 4010, 50% commercial non-trawl, 50% recreational. Boccaccio south of 4010, 30.9% commercial non-trawl, 69.1% recreational. Sablefish south of 36, 70% limited entry fixed gear, 30% open access. And also a 10 metric ton sablefish south of 36 set aside for the recreational sector. No federal harvest guidelines for the area of 42 to 4010, and the status quo state specified informal harvest guidelines for Washington and Oregon. For yellow eye rockfish, 20.9% commercial non-trawl, 25.6% Washington recreational, 23.3% Oregon recreational, 30.2% California recreational. Moving to action item 18, these are the California recreational trip limits, bag limits, and season structures. Adopt the recreational fishery season structure and sub bag limits, same as those are in 2024, and remove size limits for cabezon, greenling, and California scorpionfish as described in agenda item F5A, supplemental CDFW report, April 2024. Include the enforcement consultants' fillet skin requirements as described in agenda item F5A, supplemental EC report 1, April 2024. Moving to action item 19E and F, These are new management measures for recreational. Item E, option 2, require recreational anglers to possess a descending device aboard while fishing in federal waters. Item F, option 2, modify continual vessel transit limitations for California recreational vessels in federal waters. And moving to action item number 20, Quillback rockfish rebuilding plan. Remove the California quillback rockfish from the nearshore rockfish complexes off California. Adopt harvest specification alternative 2, the ABC rule from the rebuilding analysis. Adopt the California quillback rockfish rebuilding plan analysis for 2025 and beyond, which is in agenda item F6, supplemental revised attachment 3, June of 2024. And adopt the FMP language and changes as shown in agenda item F6, attachment 5, June of 2024.
All right, thank you. There's a lot of things there, Marcy. Let me start first just to make sure it's all accurate. And I apologize for being so critical on this one. On action item number 10, if you can scroll up. And again, I apologize. There's one word I couldn't comprehend at the end of the first bullet there, adopt status quo 2-year within trawl and or non-trawl or sharing agreement. That last or at the end of the line. Maybe I'm just not reading it right.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. If I may turn to council staff to assist me on this, I have my notes handy.
Todd?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I believe that language comes directly from the GMT report. In general, it's just considered trawl and or non-trawl sharing agreements. These are not formal allocations and or I guess formal or informal. They're more informal / sharing agreements. So you could strike the or portion.
It's just an extra word.
It's an extra word. Yeah.
Marcy, is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right, then I'm going to check with Todd and see if there was anything else here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The very last line, action item 20. You have where it says adopt proposed FMP language and changes and list the agenda item as attachment 5. It should be attachment 6.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Todd, for that correction. That's correct.
And with that, and our sharp eyes around the room here, I ask you, is that language accurate and complete?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Bob Dooley. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So working through the items shown on the screen, action item 1 for area management. These are minor revisions to waypoints. We take this up every biennial cycle. These are the same types of minor modifications that we've done to a small handful of waypoints with the intention of better aligning the RCA lines with the bathymetry. The changes should help ensure fishing access is being maximized while also maintaining and improving enforceability. Action item number 4, the ACTs. First item regarding the yellow eye rockfish non-trawl ACTs. You might recall that both the GMT and the GAP recommended removing the GAP recommended removing ACTs. However, this keeping the ACTs in place this cycle would maintain our precautionary approach to managing this overfished stock. We are looking forward to the day when the stock is fully rebuilt. But in light of the GAP's recommendations, It really does not matter in terms of the proposed management measures because none of them have been designed to project or exceed the ACTs. So while they offer reasonable rationale for removing ACTs, it's equally rational to keep the ACTs in place as we continue toward rebuilding. With regard to the California Quillback rockfish non-trawl ACT removal, with the expectation that the ACL of 1.5 and 1.7 metric tons will be in place for the 25-26 cycle. Really, there's no utility or realistic application of an ACT as Quillback will remain a prohibited species. With regard to copper rockfish and removal of the statewide ACT and establishing a recreational ACT for south of Point Conception, this comes about as a result of two considerations. First being the new stock definition for copper rockfish that's been designated off California, and in the two area assessment models that were conducted that gave somewhat different pictures of the stock. While the stock assessment for the entirety of the California stock is healthy, the southern model did reflect a much lower proportional biomass in the area. And as a result, the need to address that lower proportion of the biomass in this area, the tool of an ACT for the recreational fishery will address the conservation need to ensure that the harvest is aligned with the lower proportional biomass. This is a fresh approach with the information we received with the stock assessment and the new stock definition. The recreational fishery has historically been the primary harvester in this area, and setting the ACT allows management measures to be developed specific to the rec fishery to ensure that there's not an excessive overharvest in the Southern California bite, and just acknowledging the review and support of the application of this ACT by both the GAP and the GMT. Moving to action item 10, just to speak a bit to the recreational sablefish set aside south of 36 degrees. This is in response to increasing amounts of incidental catch associated with the recreational fishery in somewhat random ways this past few years. And recognizing the increase in the OFL expected, this strategy to set aside some for the recreational fishery is appropriate. Moving to action item 18. These are the California season structures and sub-bag limits. Again, just carrying over the management that we now have effective for 2024, which we took up in great detail in March and April. These measures represent the best available options in light of the extreme constraints that Quillback rockfish has put on California fisheries north of Point Lopez. And also the season structures are kind of this delicate balance of making sure that we're effectively managing to all of our species that need management to stay within our specifications and management measures. And I'll consider the newest stock assessment information from copper rockfish, canary rockfish, and vermilion, and recent catch trends. These are all highly attained species and very important to the recreational fisheries as well as commercial. So the recreational seasons are designed to keep us within those numerous constraints. Moving to action item 19, E and F. These are new management measures for recreational, the descending device and the continuous vessel transit limitations. The transit piece is really important to ensure that we can keep both the combo trips going with Groundfish aboard and also multi-day trips. With our kind of more recent restructuring of recreational seasons to allow offshore only Groundfish trips. It's been an iterative process, realizing what flexibility we need to build into things like transit provisions. Just want to thank National Marine Fisheries Service for the emergency rule that was in place this year as a temporary measure. And so this action here in the specifications is the opportunity to make that flexibility final. Moving to action item 20, the Quillback Rockfish Rebuilding Plan, removing Quillback from the nearshore complexes comes about due to the current overfish status determination for Quillback off California and the resulting very low and very constraining harvest limit. The situation allowed for development of management measures and fishery performance that will be tracked separately from the aggregate of other nearshore species. And we've said a lot about Quillback and the record speaks for itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Thanks for that thorough explanation of the motion. First, I will look around to see if there are any questions for clarification on the motion. And I don't see any questions. Discussion on the motion? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Ms. Uremko. I know you touched on it briefly, but the yellow eye ACT and the fact that we are the motion that recommends going against the gap in the GMT recommendations. We had a pretty robust discussion amongst the three state folks last night about this. So it wasn't something we took lightly. We do appreciate the guidance from the GAP and the GMT, but just felt since it's ELI is scheduled to get a new assessment next cycle, it was pertinent to maintain the precaution. So we weren't ignoring the advice and recommendations of our advisory bodies, just wanted to maintain the precaution. So it wasn't a decision we made just lightly. It was, like I said, some pretty robust discussion last night. Thanks.
Thank you. Further discussion? Not seeing any hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Marcy. Now I will again turn my eyes to the left. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have a motion. I move the council adopt the following alternatives as the final preferred management measure alternatives for 2025-2026. Numbering refers to the action item checklist, agenda item F6, attachment 1, June 2024. Action item number 9, at sea set-asides. Adopt at sea whiting fishery 2025-26 set-asides as detailed in table 21 of agenda item F6, attachment 2, June 2024. Action item number 11, shore-based IFQ. Adopt status quo IFQ trip limits for non-IFQ species. Action item number 12 through 15, open access and limited entry fixed gear north and south of 4010. Adopt trip limits in agenda item F6A, supplemental GMT report 1, June 2024, appendices 2 and 3. Action item number 16, Washington recreational. Adopt the recommendations for the Washington recreational fishery as described in supplemental WDFW Report 1, June 2024. Action item number 19, new management measures, commercial. 19A, adopt option 2, which establish a directed open access permit program. 19B, adopt option 2, correct EM program discard and retention requirement regulations. 19D, adopt short spine thorny head management changes as noted in agenda item F5A, supplemental gap report 1, April 2024, and detailed in agenda item F5A, supplemental GMT report 2, April 2024. Number 1, remove the management line for short spine thorny head. 2A, sub option B, allocation proportions for the 2025-2026 biennium. In 2025, 64% trawl, 36% to non-trawl. In 2026, 71% trawl, 29% non-trawl. 2B, sub-option 2, non-trawl ACT north of 3427 north latitude set at 25% of the coastwide non-trawl allocation, with 2A, sub-option B, 2025 ACT 67 metric tons and 2026 ACT 55 metric tons. 2C, option 2, non-trawl trip limits, convert OA trip limits from monthly to bi-monthly, increase trip limits for LEFG north of 4010 north latitude and between 4010 north latitude and 3427 north latitude trip limits, confirm a 2-year allocation, and adopt proposed FMP amendment language as appropriate. Action item number 21, convert current short spine thorny head ACL to a single coastwide ACL. Convert current short spine thorny head ACLs north and south of 3427 north latitude to a single coastwide ACL based on recommendations under 19D.
Thank you. So I've followed along. That language appears accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Phil Anderson. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. For several of these actions move the council's PPA to FPA, and they were really thoroughly discussed in April 2024. So I won't spend too much time commenting on those. I do want to mention under action items 12 through 15 regarding the open access trip limit south of 4010. In April, the GMT recommended changing trip limits to be bi-monthly to allow flexibility and minimize regulatory complexity. At the time, split nose rockfish was not included, which was simply an oversight, and now has been added to appendices 1 and 2 of this in their report. And so just pointing that out, that is a little bit different, that this motion would implement a 400-pound per 2 month for all periods. For action item number 16, Washington recreational, WDFW is not proposing to exceed the Washington harvest guideline for canary rockfish. We saw a pulse of canary rockfish catch after we opened 2 small areas that had been closed to the sport fishery for many years. Since then, we've seen canary catch drop under status quo bag limits. We're confident that our FPA is appropriate for the Washington harvest guideline. We've been very transparent in our evaluation of canary rockfish sub-bag limit and sharing our projected impacts and recommendations for final action, including the evolution from our PPA to the FPA recommended here. The WDFW report speaks to the uncertainty in catch projections and that it's not unusual for any projections that we consider in the specs process. If needed, WDFW can respond quickly to take emergency action through our emergency rules. And if so, we will bring these changes to the council and request consistent federal actions so that state and federal rules are aligned. Under action item number 19, this includes a few things. 19A and 19B are moving PPA to FPA. Under 19D, adopting the short spine thorny head management changes that the GAP and the GMT have been working on over the winter and provided really good recommendations for in April of 2024. Those are reflected here. I just want to mention under 2B there, 2B, sub-option 2, this provides a mechanism to slow the concentration of effort in the northern non-trawl fishery by applying an ACT. Relative to confirming that this would be a 2-year allocation rather than a FMP amendment. This represents a pretty big change to the management of short spine thorny head, confirming that a 2-year allocation is really consistent with our past actions when we've considered changes to Amendment 21 species, and leaves an option to revisit the allocation next cycle when we've had an opportunity to see how this plays out. And then action item number 21 is really just clarifying that this would then convert the ACL to a single ACL to coastwide based on the action taken in 19D. That's it.
Thank you, Heather. Any questions for clarification on the motion? Not seeing any questions. Discussion on the motion? Lynn Mattis?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. On the confirmed 2-year allocation piece for short spine thorny head, the GAP in their report said that they did not have a recommendation. And in our discussion last evening, it seemed like this was the best way to move forward slowly. When I brought it up in delegation this morning to the few people who were in our delegation meeting this morning, they were supportive of it and thought this was a good path forward. So thank you for bringing that forward.
Thank you. Further discussion? Not seeing any discussion. I will call the question. Oh, I'm sorry. Lynn Mattis?
Sorry, Vice Chair. I'm getting some notification from behind me that there's some double checking of trip limits happening. We may need to hold off for just a moment. I don't know if anybody else's staff is having that panic.
We've got lots of time, so we'll just pause while they look into that. Make sure we get it right. let's take a break for 10 minutes. This is important. We want to make sure we get everything right. So 10 minutes, let's be back here and proceed. Okay, we are really close to getting back in the session. We're not quite in session yet, so, but I will appreciate your being patient. I can't think of a better way to express how resistant we are at seeing Joe Oatman, Bob Dooley, and Phil Anderson leave the table. We just want to keep them here as long as possible. So I think everybody's back in their chairs. When we took this break, we were discussing a motion that was made by Heather Hall on this, and we were in the discussion phase of that motion. It will be back up on the screen here. There it is, at least the end of that motion. So I will look for further discussion on the motion. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I believe there is one amendment that needs to be made to this, and I have one prepared to offer with the caveat that this is probably my last attempt to get a motion passed through the body, so please vote for it.
Thank you. There's the motion. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I move to amend the motion as follows. Under action item 19D, strike the last bullet as indicated below. And so here's the full body of 19D, and at the very bottom, you'll see that last bullet under this amendment is struck.
All right. With that strike through language, that appears quite accurate, complete. Do you agree?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Lynn Mattis. Please speak to the motion.
Just briefly speaking to the motion and the need for the amendment, this particular trip limit is addressed in a prior part of the motion under action items 12 through 15. So this just ensures that we don't have any confusion or conflicts and provides absolute clarity to the trip limits above and below the line here, both north and south of 34 and in north and south of 4010.
Right. Thank you. Any questions for clarification on the motion to amend? Discussion? Not seeing any. I will call the question on the motion to amend. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Phil. That takes us back to the original motion now as amended. Further discussion on that? Not seeing any hands. I will call the question on the motion as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Right. Now, as we go through, I think we've got the motions off the floor. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice Chair. I'd like to make a motion to reconsider a prior action under this agenda item. There are some needed clarifications in regards to the CDF&W motion on yellow eye rockfish ACTs that were not available in the GMT report.
Thank you. There's a motion to reconsider prior action that does not require a second, but I will look to see if there's any discussion on the motion. Not seeing any discussion. All those in favor of reconsidering that, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion to reconsider passes. So with that, we need to take another look at that. Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I was made aware by some very sharp cookies following the process that the information related to the tribal set-aside was not up to date in the final GMT and gap reports that we were working off of in developing the final action. The calculations all flow from a tribal set aside, which has changed between April and June of 2024. The tribal set aside was increased to 8 metric tons. And that was something that we had adopted earlier in an earlier motion. And so now carrying forward the 8 metric ton value, the resulting ACTs need adjustment. So with that, if you would scroll down or show the motion on the screen, please. Thank you. Looking to action item number 4. The change to the motion has been made that now reflects the correct non-trawl ACTs as shown in table 7 below. So the 2025 non-trawl ACT is 29.6 and the 2026 ACT is 30.4. And in reconsidering this action, everything else in this motion remains the same, except for this provision related to the yellow eye ACTs. And then I'd highlight 2 corrections that were made in the course of the motion discussion earlier. First, looking to action item 10, back up, scroll back up, please. Thank you. The removal of the word or, as we had discussed previously, so that we are discussing the within trawl and or non-trawl sharing agreements. And then scrolling down to action item 20, the correction that was noted by council staff earlier to correct the attachment number in agenda item F6 regarding the FMP language and changes. So that is now the correct attachment that's referenced. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Marcy. So with that, we have the complete motion there that's accurate and complete, and you highlighted the table now that replaces the prior one, and that is now accurate.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Bob, seconded by Bob Dooley. I think you spoke to it already, but I will ask if there's anything else you need to add.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the maker of the motion for clarification? Seeing no questions for clarification, any further discussion? Not seeing any discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And with that, I believe that completes all the motions on my checklist, but Lynn Mattis has her hand up. Lynn.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I don't have another motion, but I do have a couple of quick thoughts before we leave this item. And this isn't intended to sound eye pokey to some of the discussion we had under C2 yesterday, but I think what's just been happening here the last 25 minutes or so shows why it's important for some items to have our MT members in the room helping us, listening, paying attention, so that we can be notified and helped with when errors arise. The second item in the GAP report, the GAP requested that the council recommend the observer program use the same depth-based mortality rates for research and onshore discards. In talking among the 3 states and with Keeley last evening, we don't feel that that is an appropriate piece for the specs process, but we would like to highlight it and have it included, discussed and looked into at some future date. I just didn't want to let that fall off the radar and make sure the GAP understood that we saw it and we think it's worth looking into. So thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to acknowledge and point out the and thank all the parties that put so much time and effort into this, from obviously the late night last night for our state representatives, Heather and Lynn and Marcy, and how much time that our GMT and our GAP and all the people involved and the public and put into this. And it was really evident in the exercise we just went through of making sure this is all right. And I just wanted to make sure they understood all that hard work, particularly GMT, put into this is well appreciated. And I also wanted to acknowledge that the streamlining of the reports are right down the alley of what we're talking about of council efficiencies and how well that's gone, and compared to many years ago when this was a multi-day presentation and a lot of reading verbatim out of long reports. So job well done, really appreciated. And I don't know, sometimes we just don't say thank you enough. So thanks.
Thank you, Bob. Any further comments? Otherwise, Todd, I believe we've finished all the items, but I will check in with you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I agree with you that the action items, especially as noted in the action item checklist, have been checked off. I appreciate Ms. Urimko and her willingness to walk back that particular motion and fix it for the record. I know it's a difficult thing to do. And I would say, Mr. Vice Chair, that you have completed the draft, or you have completed the 2025-26 harvest specifications and management measures process, a year-long slog. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And to echo what Mr. Dooley was saying, it seems so easy here, but there's been a lot of public input, a lot of work with the public, the GAP, the GMT, coordination between the GAP and GMT is just a result of a long road and a lot of hard work. So thanks to all of those involved. And with that, I will pass the gavel back to our chair.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Hasselberg. Great work, everyone. Before we go any further, I'm going to return to Executive Director Burton to lay out the rest of the day for everyone. So, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are doing quite well today. We do have a couple more matters to pick up before we adjourn the meeting. I think it would be most helpful if we continue on the course that we discussed yesterday, which is to break now until 1 o'clock. There's some organizing of workload and planning that Kelly and I and a couple others still need to do so that we can effectively walk you through those items later this afternoon. So that would be my recommendation, Mr. Chairman, is that we go ahead and pause here and come back at 1 p.m.
Okay. Thank you. And we'll see you at 1 p.m. We'll start off on C6.
Recording stopped.
Mic test 1, 2. Checking. 57 degrees in here. I know it doesn't seem that warm.
Slight
See ya.
chance of snow.
Recording in progress.
All right. I get the green light from the control tower in the back of the room. So anyway, welcome back. We're here starting C6, and I will turn to Kelly Ames. Kelly.
Good afternoon, Council. This is C6 Membership Appointments, Council Operating Procedures, which includes the 2025 to 2027 Advisory Body Composition and Respectful Workplace Policies. During this agenda item, the Council considers administrative appointment issues and personnel matters regarding the Council's membership roster, including Council and Advisory Body members. Membership discussions include both the current 2022 to 2024 and upcoming 25 to 27 advisory body terms. Under this agenda item, we'll also provide an update on the development of the respectful workplace policies. For council officers, members, and designees, the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife has selected Dr. Debbie Colbert as the new ODF&W Director. That's agenda item C6, attachment 1. Additionally, the West Coast region informed the council of revisions to their designee list, adding Ms. Rachel Wadsworth and removing Mr. Lyle Enriquez. That's attachment 2. Ms. Wadsworth was recently selected as the HMS branch chief, and Mr. Enriquez is now the Permits and Monitoring Branch Chief and will be focused on implementing various permits and monitoring programs in the West Coast region. Election of the council chair and vice chair. The council is scheduled to elect council officers at this meeting per council operating procedure number 1. Mr. Brad Pettinger and Mr. Pete Hassemer are in their first term as council chair and vice chair, respectively. The situation summary also contains the excerpt for council operating procedure 1 if you're interested to read the provisions. Council representatives to other forums. Take reduction team. The National Marine Fisheries, the NMFS Office of Protected Resources is convening a marine mammal take reduction team in response to a stipulated settlement with the Center for Biological Diversity. And in your briefing materials, you'll see I have linked to the presentation we received from OPR from April 2024, as well as there's a link to the web page that contains information on the take reduction team. NMFS has preliminarily decided that the TRT will address 3 strategic marine mammal stocks, including the Central America, Southern Mexico humpback whales, mainland Mexico humpback whales, and Eastern North Pacific blue whales, and 5 commercial fisheries, including the federal sablefish pot, California, Oregon, and Washington Dungeness crab pot, and California spot prawn fisheries. Additional fisheries and/or marine mammal stocks may be included in the notice formally establishing the TRT in 2025. The TRT is expected to meet in person for several meetings over a 6-month period to develop consensus recommendations that achieve the Marine Mammal Protection Act goals. TRT members include federal agencies, each coastal state which has fisheries which interact with the species or stock, appropriate regional fishery management councils, interstate fishery commissions, academic and scientific organizations, environmental groups, all commercial and recreational fisheries groups and gear types which incidentally take the species or stock, Indian tribal organizations, and others as the Secretary deems appropriate. While the Council does not have a formal role under the Marine Mammal Protection Act to nominate members, the Office of Protected Resources will consider the Council recommendations when establishing the TRT. Industry participants are expected to undergo a time-intensive vetting process, and as such, the Council should consider making a recommendation at the June 2024 meeting. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel previously recommended the following candidates for the industry seats and noted their relevant experience. Mr. Bernie Burkholder. Bernie participates in the sablefish pot fishery and Dungeness crab fishery off Washington. Mr. Paul Clampett. Paul participates in the sablefish fishery, primarily in Washington. Mr. Bob Etter. Bob participates in the sablefish pot fishery and Dungeness crab fishery out of Newport, Oregon. He's also served as an alternate on the GAP. Mr. Clint Fundenberg. Clint participates in the sablefish and Dungeness crab fisheries. Mr. Scott Hartzell. Scott participates in the sablefish pot fishery and Dungeness crab fishery off the West Coast. He's also a member of the GAP and well-versed in fisheries management. Mr. Harrison Eibach. Harrison participates in the sablefish fishery and Dungeness crab fishery. He is also a member of the California Dungeness Crab Task Force and GAP. Mr. Dave Kashida. Dave has fished sablefish commercially and recreationally and has harvested Dungeness crab recreationally. He is also a member of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Dungeness Crab Gear Working Group and the GAP. Mr. Gregan Poggy Lantham. Poggy participates in the sablefish fishery and Dungeness crab fishery. He is also a member of the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife's Oregon Dungeness Crab Advisory Committee and has served as an alternate on the GAP. The Regional Fishery Management Council seat on the TRTs have been filled by either council staff or council members. Given current staffing levels, the executive director recommends that the position be filled by a council member with staff support as appropriate. The council could make a recommendation at their June meeting or wait until the September meeting after the Secretary of Commerce has made appointments for the council obligatory and at-large seats. Joint Management Committee for the Pacific Hake Whiting Treaty. I'm going to note here that the description I will provide is slightly different than what's in the situation summary. After further review of the statute establishing the Joint Management Committee, we have a revised description of the action under consideration today. Mr. Phil Anderson is the council representative to the JMC. Mr. Anderson's term on the JMC expires November 27th, 2025, and his current council term expires August 10th, 2024. The council has the option of allowing Mr. Anderson to serve out the remainder of his JMC term or identify a new representative. Should the council opt to identify a new representative, the candidate must be identified no later than the September council meeting to ensure adequate time for the Secretary of Commerce to make the appointment in time for the 2025 season setting process. Other U.S. members of the JMC include Mr. Frank Lockhart, West Coast Region, Mr. Steve Joner, Pacific Coast Treaty Indian Tribes, and Mr. Brent Payne, United Catcher Boats. Council advisory body appointments for the 2022-2024 term. Groundfish Management Team, California. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife has nominated Mr. Thompson Benez to fill the vacant California position on the GMT. Materials were provided in closed session A1, attachment 1. The SSC reviewed his qualifications and reported to the council under closed session. Council advisory body appointments for the 2025-2027 term. The current 3-year council advisory body terms end December 31st, 2024. At the June meeting, the council is scheduled to review the composition of all term limited advisory body positions, which are provided to you in attachment 1. Council action in June is to adopt the proposed changes for public review. In September 2024, the council is scheduled to adopt the final composition of those positions, and then we would solicit nominations to fill the next 3-year term. Those appointments would be made by the council in November 2024. The council should consider the form and function of the term limited advisory bodies while taking into account the council's financial status, which was discussed earlier this week under agenda item C2 and C4 when recommending the proposed changes for public review. There were no changes to the council operating procedures at the time of the advanced briefing book or currently. Relative to respectful workplace policies, staff has made progress implementing council guidance from June 2023 to further develop the respectful workplace policies. That's provided in your briefing materials as attachment 4. Several of the items were recommended for development and consideration by the Council Coordination Committee, which were discussed at their May 2024 meeting. The Executive Director will provide a summary of the discussion and next steps. To recap, Council action. Number 1, electing a Council Chair and Vice Chair to serve from August 11th, 2024 to August 10th, 2025. Number 2, recommending a Council and Industry Representative to the TRT. Number 3, recommending a Council Representative to the JMC. Number 4, appointing a CDFW nominee to the GMT. And number 5, adopting the composition for all term limited advisory body positions for 2025 to 2027 for public review. To recap, in your briefing book, you should have attachment 1, which is the ODF&W news release with their announcement of Dr. Debbie Colbert as the new director. Attachment 2 is the West Coast Region designee letter. Attachment 3 is a summary of the term limited advisory body positions. Attachment 4 is the status of implementing council guidance from June 2023. Additionally, you have some advisory body reports for your consideration. And with that long overview, I'd be happy to answer any questions. If there are no questions, I'd recommend you move to Director Burden to provide the brief summary of the discussion from the CCC meeting relative to the respectful workplace policies.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Questions on Kelly's overview? All right, with that, I'll turn to Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief summary here, which is really a recap of earlier this week, which seems like quite a long time ago. During the CCC meeting in Puerto Rico, we did have a chance to discuss the harassment policies, their implementation, and the development of best practices, and how we would go about implementing rules that could guide professionalism and conduct within council meetings. That is a topic that is of continued interest, I would say, to I think all councils. And so what we agreed to do at the last meeting was to make this a CCC topic. So we'll be continuing along with a work group that consists of council executive directors and NIMS leadership. We're going to be asking NIMS leadership for some help leading on some of the tools and resources that they have in regards to professionalism that they've deployed within NOAA, and that many of those we expect will be applicable to the council systems as well. So that work group has not met since the CCC just adjourned not too long ago, but we do have correspondence among myself and other executive directors organizing that first meeting. So that will be the pathway that we plan to take. And I will keep you abreast of how that goes as we come to our next meeting in September and likely in November as well. That's my update on the development of harassment practices and or anti-harassment practices and professionalism.
All right, questions for Merrick? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Director Burden. I'm just curious about what you're just talking about. Thanks very much for that update, and thanks for your leadership on this. Wondering what some of the timelines were around that work group, just so folks in public and our advisory bodies and such are aware of when to expect products from that work group, things like that, who's in charge of the work group, et cetera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the question, Ms. Ridings. We don't have any timelines at the moment. We don't have a leader of that work group, but I expect myself to play a leadership role in it. So we are just getting started in reinitiating that work group that met to help develop those harassment policies. So very early days, I don't have much of a plan for you at the moment.
Okay. All right. No one else? Okay, with that, I'll go to our reports. And the first up would be Michelle Conrad and for the AS report. I believe you're remote. Michelle, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger and council members. I'll be reading from Supplemental EAS Report 1. During our webinar on May 21, the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel discussed our current composition. And in general, the EAS believes that our group is right-sized and there's a good balance of coast-wide representation across multiple areas of expertise and disciplines, including different fishery sectors, academia and research, and conservation interests. While the current EAS composition is structured to ensure equal representation from each state, the EAS believes it is more important to continue the diversity of sectors and expertise that we currently have than it is to have state-specific representatives. Additionally, one of our longstanding members will be moving from Oregon to California this summer and restructuring the EAS to allow for some amount of at-large membership would afford the council the opportunity to maintain continuity in our membership. So to that end, the EAS recommends the council modify Council Operating Procedure 2 as follows. For advisory subpanels for ecosystem, maintain the 9 positions, but restructure it to be 2 California at large, 2 Oregon at large, 2 Washington at large, and 3 members at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Questions on the EAS report? All right, not seeing any. Thank you, Michelle. Next up will be Michael Godowski and CPSAS. Welcome, Mike.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, just give me 1 second. Be reading from agenda item C6A, Supplemental CPSAS Report, June 2024. Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel Report on Membership Appointments and Council Operating Procedures, 2025 through 2027. The Coastal Pelagic Species, excuse me, the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel, CPSAS, believes that the current composition of a subpanel is fair and representative of a different interest in the CPS fisheries. We ask the council to retain the current area, sector, sea designations in its operating procedures, but to continue to be receptive to input the CPSAS concerning CPSAS composition when fisheries are not operating to ensure effective participation in the subpanel. We benefited from this practice when the council accepted general commercial nominees to fill the open Washington commercial seat. That concludes our statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Questions for Mike on the CPSAS report? Okay, seeing no hands. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
You bet. Next up is Dr. Corey Green with the Habitat Committee report. Corey, are you there?
Mike, check. Can you hear me?
You're good to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I'm going to be reading agenda item C6A, Supplemental HC Report 1. Habitat Committee report on membership appointments and council operating procedures 2025 to 27. The Habitat Committee discussed Pacific Fishery Management Council efficiencies and the makeup of the Habitat Committee. The broad range of freshwater and marine habitat issues cuts across multiple fishery management plans and regions. This requires expertise and representation that can span those needs. Overall, the HC believes the current scope of member affiliations, backgrounds, and expertise addresses these needs. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Corey. Questions on the Habitat Committee report? Okay. Thanks, Corey. Next is Susan Chambers and the GAP report. Susan?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Pettinger. My name is Susan Chambers, and I'll be reading our Supplemental GAP Report 1 under Agenda Item C6A into the record. The Groundfish Advisory Panel report on membership appointments and operating procedures for 2025 to 2027. Regarding the Pacific Fishery Management Council representatives to other forums and the take reduction team, as detailed in the situation summary, the GAP has proposed a few fishermen candidates who would be willing to serve on the take reduction team and possess the knowledge and experience to provide meaningful input and ideas. Those names are listed in the situation summary and represent a variety of fisheries and geographic areas. The GAP suggests adding Mr. David Lathine to the list of proposed TRT candidates. Mr. Lathine has fished in all West Coast states and Alaska and has fishing experience in the sablefish, pot, and trap fishery and longline fisheries and the Dungeness crab fishery. Additionally, when the council is making their recommendations to TRT members to the National Marine Fisheries Service, the GAP reiterates our past recommendations to the TRT process, including allowing for alternates, remote participation, and consideration of locations, as detailed in our supplemental GAP Report 1 from April 2024. Regarding council advisory body appointments for the 2025 to 2027 term and GAP composition. The GAP acknowledges it is the largest council advisory body at 21 members, but feels the GAP composition covers the fisheries sectors and geographic scope well, with one exception. During the last GAP call for nominations, no one applied for the recreational at-large seat that traditionally went to a recreational fisherman from Washington. Since the private recreational seats are at-large, a California fisherman was appointed to the GAP. As such, the Washington Charter Boat Operator member is responsible for providing input regarding all recreational fishing from the Washington perspective. The private recreational fishing perspective from Washington is missing. Therefore, the GAP proposes adding one more recreational at-large seat to the GAP, providing Washington fishery managers and industry fishermen can recruit someone to fill the seat. That would bring the GAP roster to 22 positions. The GAP acknowledges there may be concern about the cost incurred of adding another member to the GAP. However, we believe the benefit outweighs the cost, and the efficiencies gained in other areas could offset that cost. With the potential for fewer fishermen on the council, we think the fishermen's perspectives on the GAP may become more important than ever, and that these fisheries should be well represented at council meetings. California has a very large coastline, therefore having charter boat positions for both north and south of 4010 provides crucial information for both geographic portions of the state. The same applies to the two at-large recreational seats held by California at this time. Losing one of those at-large perspectives from California could limit input at a time when California fisheries are facing critical restrictions to both groundfish and non-groundfish opportunities. GAP members recommend the sport at-large positions be designated state-specific as follows. One for Washington, one for Oregon, two for California. If the Washington seat isn't filled immediately, we would prefer for it to be held for Washington. We note that the current GAP composition is made up of 8 California residents, 8 Oregon residents, and 5 Washington residents, with one of the Washington residents in the tribal seat. Lastly, we suggest that if for some reason this composition does not work, the council can revisit this again at the next opportunity. And for reference, we include a list of the 21 GAP members, which is also in your other briefing book materials. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Susan. Questions on the GAP report? Marcy Ripko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Susan. I'm looking at the bottom of page 1 and your comment that the benefit of adding another member to the GAP outweighs the costs and the efficiencies gained in other areas could offset the cost. Maybe you can elaborate for us about what you see as those efficiencies?
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. you, Remco, for the question. Yes, under C2, the council and advisory bodies discussed efficiencies. And one of those was to maybe have a virtual meeting for the GAP in April when there would be no groundfish items on the odd years, and also potentially in September in even years where there is no heavy groundfish items on the agenda. We also talked about, shortening our GAP agenda through use of pre-council webinars. So our in-person GAP meeting would be shorter. The council has also talked about having one meeting per year, all virtual. So at that time, the GAP would also be virtual. So those are some of the efficiencies we were thinking of that might offset having the cost of adding one more GAP member.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Any further questions on the GAP report? Okay, see none. Thanks, Suze. Okay, next up is Dr. Jason Schaffler with the SSC report. Dr. Schaffler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Jason Schaffler. I will be reading agenda item C6A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Membership Appointments and Council Operating Procedures 2025 through 27, Advisory Body Composition and Respectful Workplace Policies. The Scientific and Statistical Committee discussed its current composition as described in agenda item C6 Attachment 3. The SSC workload is increasing and a reduction in membership would reduce the committee's ability to respond to council requests. Furthermore, the current membership of 18, including 9 at-large members, is necessary to reflect the range of expertise needed for all council fishery management plans. The at-large members are essential to the success of the review process, particularly for groundfish, because many of the appointed members have conflicts of interest relative to the stock assessment teams. Restricting the number of terms for which at-large members can serve on the SSC would limit the SSC's effectiveness. For example, topics that the SSC reviews and comments on often span multiple meetings and years. Discussions surrounding these topics benefit from consistency in SSC membership. The SSC notes that these positions are generally held by those volunteering their expertise and time. Frequent changes in these positions may result in lessening of applicant interest and willingness to volunteer. And that concludes the SSC statement. I would be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Okay, questions for Dr. Schaffler on the SSC report? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Jason. All right, that takes us to public comment. Wow. Okay, another goose egg. So that will take us to council action, which I'm sure is going to pop up on our screen before us. Okay, there you go. With that, I'll open the floor for discussion. Then Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Just was going to speak to the ODFW news release briefly. Dr. Debbie Colbert did begin as our new director on May 21st. She has jumped right into budget issues, among many other things. We are looking forward to having her and the expertise she brings. At this time, we do not anticipate any changes to the council designees. The current plan is to keep the 4 of us who do the primary council coverage the same. Not sure how soon or how much she will be involved in the council process, but we'll try to keep leadership updated on that. We miss Director Melcher, but we're looking forward to our leadership under Dr. Colbert.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Anyone else? Marcy Repko.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to take a minute to speak to the GAP recommendation regarding the sport at large positions. They've recommended that they be designated state specific with 1 Washington, 1 Oregon, and 2 California. And we had quite a bit of discussion about this this morning in delegation, and I thought there were some really important points that came out in that discussion that I'd like to share with the council. The private recreational representatives, not only are they filling a crucial role in terms of providing advice to the GAP, but they also serve in a very important liaison role, in the sense that they are needing to connect back with a very large constituency, particularly in California, where we have 1 million licensed recreational anglers that are very diverse and include a wide variety of groundfish fishery perspectives. We have spearfishers, we have kayakers, we have folks that fish offshore at islands and transit across federal waters to and from. Of course, we have those individuals with larger vessels that can travel very quickly to get to offshore reaches and deep water. We have growing interests in sablefish as a recreational pursuit. And so I just want to take a second to highlight the value that has been added to the GAP by having additional representation in the GAP room in the private sport sector. The GAP report indicates they believe the benefits of an additional seat outweigh the cost. I certainly agree with that, and just want to note that another efficiency gain that maybe wasn't articulated in the report, but certainly is something we've experienced in California, is the benefit of outreach and direct communications with industry. We had 2 individuals this past cycle take it upon themselves to conduct surveys of certain sectors of the private sport fleet with regard to development of our 2024 recreational groundfish seasons. An individual surveyed the kayak sector, and another individual surveyed those that participate in being passengers aboard CPFEs. To get their perspectives. And I can't reiterate enough how helpful that input has been, and how beneficial it's been in towards developing our management recommendations this biennial cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Okay. What else? Okay. Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just want to make sure we're in discussion here and comments on this, what we need to do. I guess in response to the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel, I appreciate their comments and thinking about the diversity and the makeup of that. And we think about what we're doing forward. I do want to express some of my thoughts about the ecosystem related work. This is my opinion, what's going through my head right now. I hope it's shared by others. And that opinion I'm talking about is that this council has really been a leader, an innovator, a trailblazer in this arena of ecosystem related work. And as a result of that, we got a lot of stellar work products. The Fishery Ecosystem Plan, which I'm pretty sure I'm right that was one of the first ecosystem plan that was put onto the ground. We have the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Report each year. We've completed the scenario planning process. A lot of different outputs there. Where we've been leaders, and we're starting to see the outcome of some of those products. Like we heard earlier this week when we were taking up HMS, on the water management of the HMS, quick decisions are driven by temperature models and forecasts that aren't in response to impacts that have occurred, but are implemented to prevent some impacts. So taking some of those things into account. So we've really been leaders in that. And when you're leaders like that, you don't have the ability to look back at the work of others and see what they've done and figure out how to go forward. You have to chart your own course. And that's what this council has done. And the successes that we had were the result of building the right teams, considering the work that was needed to be done, and then populating those teams with really skilled, energetic, knowledgeable people. Basically, we had the right set of talents to do the jobs we need. And that has all worked for us up to this point. We've been chipping away at various initiatives to implement the fishery ecosystem plan. But now, I guess, as I'm thinking about this, that's looking in the past, a lot of successes. We've done great work and where we've come from. But looking forward today, I just see us in a different place. And a part of that vision came from looking at the narrative in our 5-year grant proposal. And when you look in there, in one place, it lists all the tasks for each of the fish management plans to implement those. And they're all pretty straightforward. You know, salmon, produce a safe document, do a preseason report, a methodology review. Groundfish lays out the specs process. And when we get to the fishery ecosystem plan, the strategy is to implement the ecosystem plan. And that's the wording in there. And so then I think, what does that mean when we say implement the ecosystem plan? And at that point, my vision for the future gets about as clear as San Diego skies have been this past week. It's hard to figure it out. So to help clear up that vision, I think we need to take a pause on redefining the ecosystem advisory subpanel and repopulating that. Think, before we jump ahead too far, and also think about how we use the ecosystem work group, and first really figure out what we're going to do. And we're in a great place to do that. We're getting these IRA funds now to bring climate and EEJ concepts into our FMEPs. And this is the chance to really operationalize our fishery ecosystem plan and parts of it over the next 3 years, which I don't know if it's fortunate or fortuitous or what, but the 3 years of funding we have overlaps very well with the 3-year appointments we make to these different bodies. So, and the other place we are right now is we have a new staff person to help lead us into the future. As Executive Director Burden said, I think the first day, Gilly Lyons has joined us now to lead the work on the IRA project. So anyway, this pause allows our council staff, specifically Gilly in this case, to develop a work plan for us over the next couple of months to chart our course forward. And then we can come back and decide how to build the support teams we need for all of these tasks before us. So, maybe more simply stated, let's not build a toolbox before we know what the job is we need to do. Might be using the same teams, the same people, as I said, very skilled and qualified people, but I'm just asking that first we define the work and give our staff the opportunity to pull some of that together and then determine what it is we need to do. So it's just taking a step back before we jump too far forward on those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Asmer. Those thoughts? Anyone else? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Chair, I did not twice this meeting. I apologize. On adopted preliminary advisory body composition for 25 through 27, I've been struggling with how to think about that, how to approach that. Our current advisory body composition was set up deliberately. Every one of those positions was set up intentionally, was added intentionally for something that is thought was needed for the process. And maybe some of those are no longer needed. So trying to reduce that composition, started looking at the individual people and realized that's probably not the best way, because all of the individual people on our advisory bodies provide a lot of good input. So just trying to think about what positions, take the individuals out of it, but what positions are necessary to do our work successfully and efficiently. And being a math and data nerd, I started doing some permutations in my head about just looking at Groundfish to cover all 3 states, all of our sectors, all of our gear types. To have every single one of those combinations covered, we'd be looking at well over 50 people. Instead, we have 21, possibly 22 people on that advisory body to try to cover that 50 permutations. And that's not even when we start looking at species specific, that the math there got more than I can do in my head. It is a lot of people, but they all provide a lot of expertise. So struggling with how to reduce that, then trying to apply some of that same logic and math to the other advisory bodies that I'm less familiar with. But similarly, we have 3 states and the operations in each state are very different. Private boats operate very differently than charter boats. An open access fixed gear boat operates differently than a limited entry fixed gear boat. So what is needed to cover the work that we need to do? Then I started thinking, are there metrics we can use? Look at it mathematically. Should it be by coastline, by the value of the fishery, by the volume of the fishery? And each of those are subjective. While an open access fixed gear boat may not provide that much income to the community compared to a whiting CP, it provides a lot of income to that individual fisherman and that individual fisherman's operation. So I did not come up with a good mathematical or data-driven way to come up with this answer. I've had discussions with some other people. I'm still struggling with how we proceed on this, but just trying to share the different ways I've tried to think about this and how we can come to a decision on this. I was a data nerd for 15 years in this process, so I went for the data piece and it wasn't there. So not taking this lightly, it's important because these people are the ones who provide us guidance on the actions we take. I did not come up with a good answer. So just wanted to explain some of the thinking and how I went about trying to come up with an answer for this and how we move forward. Hopefully somebody else had a better luck than I did. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lynn. Anyone else? Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger, and thank you for the comments, Lynn. I know we've dug into this a bit, a few of us, and tried to think about this and pull ourselves back from the people that are on these seats and try to come up with a way to really acknowledge our budget situation and how we bring in the efficiency that we're trying to do. I think this is particularly challenging, but I also would note that this meeting is just putting some ideas out for public review. We can respond to them as we hear back from the public, and I think that often helps us get through some of these difficult situations when we put some ideas out there and respond to what we hear from the public. In thinking about some of the things where we might find efficiencies, we looked at, or one of the places was areas where our council is focused on fisheries that occur in the ocean area. And so, for example, the salmon advisory subpanel includes a position that is a gillnet position. And I believe one of the California sport positions on the SAS was created for inland fisheries. And maybe it's time to consider those, at least putting it out for public review. I think the input from the ecosystem advisory subpanel and what you were saying, Pete, about that and where we are with this unique funding situation. How do we spend the IRA money? And we have a new council staff officer, so maybe now is a good opportunity to put it out and get some feedback from council staff on what that might look like, and how that composition could help us in really focusing on how we implement the ecosystem plan. And then definitely really appreciate the comments from Mr. Remco on the gap. In Washington, it's been extremely challenging not having a sport representative on the gap. We're at a place, and we have been at a place where we are struggling to find someone who can make that commitment. We are really interested in going out to the public and soliciting for a spot to bring that sport representation back to the gap. It is imperative that we do that. So those are some thoughts I have. And some of the conversations I've had with other folks in the evenings and as we prepared for this, and thought I would just throw them out there. I could put forward a motion if folks are ready, but I don't want to stifle any discussion if folks have more to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Heather. We'll probably take these council action in order, but we'll get to that. But okay, just Phil.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I too, like others around the table, been trying to decide how to think about this, and I think I've been thinking about it in two primary lines of thought. One is, are there changes that we could propose for public review that could save us some money, given our financial situation and given that we're doing a really fairly fine look at all of our operations, how the council's operating. I think this gives us an opportunity to look at our APs and the composition through the lens of, is there potential changes that we can make that would reduce the costs associated with our APs. The second lens and an equal footing is to ensure that we don't make changes to our APs that result in us not having a broad base of people and positions that are representing various sectors across the breadth of fisheries that we have. And I think Lynn correctly pointed out that if we were trying to do each and every one, we'd have far more people than we do to accomplish that. On the other hand, I think taking a close look at each one and seeing if there are ones that might make sense to change or reduce. I think that makes sense at this juncture, particularly the way we've set our process up this time, where we have essentially 2 meetings to look at the composition and then move forward from there with soliciting nominees for the positions. Just speaking specifically to a couple of the APs on the salmon piece, I do agree with Heather's suggestion that we take a look and put out for public review the idea that we would reduce the 2 positions that are aligned and associated with inland fisheries that are not directly impacted by council actions in terms of the fishery regulations for salmon in the ocean, understanding that there's an inextricable link between how we manage the ocean fisheries and what happens inside. So not suggesting there isn't a link there, but in terms of the council's regulatory authority and breadth, we're talking about federal water fisheries. And so I think those 2 positions would make sense to take a closer look at. I like the way Vice Chair Hassemer laid out his thoughts on the EAS that we take a step back, that we have an opportunity here to evaluate what the best way forward is, and that we have a new staff officer that with the consent of the executive director, that we could have that person take a look and potentially come back with some recommendations or ideas if there are changes that would make us more efficient and effective as we move forward. On the gap, I mean, my perspective is for years we had a private boat person that was in one of the 3 at-large positions. This last round, we weren't able to find someone. So the position that had gone to Washington for all those years was filled by a second California individual, and which I'm not much needed, likely. But we are looking at trying to get our representation back. And so I am in support of adding another position for the private boat angler on to the gap. How we do it, whether we have 4 sport fisheries at large, or whether we have a specific seat for each one of the 3 states and then an at large. I'm not sure I care which way we go, but I do think it's appropriate for us to put out for public review the addition of a seat so we can make sure that our sport fisheries up and down the coast from Washington to California are adequately represented. We did have a little bit of discussion in our group about the CPS as it relates to Washington, and thought that there might be a better opportunity for us to fill the Washington commercial seat by broadening and giving some flexibility such that it would be labeled a Washington commercial slash processor seat. I believe we have 2 bait operations that not only serve the vessels that are operating out of the 2 ports where they're located in Westport and Ilwaco, but they also do a fair amount of processing of, in particular, anchovies and sardines. These sardines. So by giving that bit of flexibility to the individual that could fill that seat, I think it would enhance our ability to find a representative. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Phil. Bob Dooley. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be really brief because most everyone's said all the things I've been thinking about. I'm just reflecting on what Lynn Mattis was talking about the size of our and the representation on our different advisory panels and management teams and such, that, you know, we get such valuable information from this in particular items. And I think you know, so when we start trying to reduce that, we reduce our input and the value we get from them. And so I'm thinking more of the basic premise that we're trying to reduce costs and reduce, you know, get the budget down. And it seems like the bang for the buck there is really in reducing the number of meetings that these advisory committees attend. I mean, if you eliminate one gap meeting, one meeting for the gap attendance, you've got 21, I believe it is, travels, hotel rooms, all of those things. That does far more than reducing any of these panels by one person. So I think that's the path we should go as far as cost. And this exercise, though, has value, I believe, in examining do we have the proper representation to get the information we need to make decisions? So, sorry, not me. So anyhow, that's what my comments pretty much is that if we're looking for cost, I think it's about adjusting the need for having them in person, having these various advisory groups in person, and maybe limiting that to a certain extent to the extent practicable where we don't lose efficiency. And but as far as and it's a good exercise to look at these committees and through the lens, are they really serving the needs for the information we need? And I think that's more important than trying to whittle down numbers to save costs. So thanks.
Thank you, Bob. Mark Rolnick.
Thank you very much, Chair Pettinger. I just wanted to say that I agree with the GAP report, and I wanted to emphasize a point that I think we often overlook. The charter sector is critically important for giving people access, but they are businesses, and their interests on the advisory bodies align with their business interests. And often that overlaps with the interests of their passengers, the recreational anglers, but it doesn't always. And we saw some of that recently with our salmon business. And so it is very important for the state of Washington to have a recreational representative in addition to a charter representative. I don't use the word private sport because I think that diminishes the role of that person to represent any recreational angler, no matter how they access the resource. So I'm supportive of the GAP report, and I appreciate the recognition that California does need 2 sport representatives because California is an extremely large state. And in terms of the fisheries we manage, it's very diverse, particularly north and south.
Thank you, Mark. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a couple notes. Was reflecting on Lynn's comments about trying to find a math data-driven way to look at this. I appreciate it. That's where my brain went to. Just wanted to remind us all that under a previous agenda item, there was some guidance also provided by Ms. Mattis to have council staff explore a decisional mechanism or framework to think about this from a more objective way. And I think that gets a little bit at what Mr. Dooley was talking about, and something that I also think is important, which is as we think every 3 years holistically about advisory bodies, it should be really about what we need to make the best decisions and not about a specific number. And along those lines, just if that is what we're able to do, the reasoning to be able to keep a seat open, even if we can't find someone to fill it, because it tells our public that we are looking someone for needed advice, and we will wait for that needed advice. Reflecting a little bit on where you draw the line in terms of membership. Ms. Mattis pointed out her brief analysis and 50 plus interests around groundfish alone. And I think of my conservation background, and the ABs with conservation seats now have only 1, but there are many different fishery related ocean conservation viewpoints and organizations and passions. There's bird conservation, mammal conservation, fish conservation, habitat conservation. But at some point you do just have to draw a line, and we are going to be continually and always doing that. I appreciated Pete's thoughts on pausing the EAS or thinking about the EAS and membership there, and giving our new staff a chance to come on board and provide us with some of her thinking. I did want to note, though, that the EAS and the EWG covers a very broad range of topics, as well as viewpoints that are represented, at least through current membership. It's not just about climate change. It's not just about IRA funding. It's about communities, and specifically bringing in thinking about how we look at communities from an overarching view, not just through that of a single FMP It's about the existing fluctuation and change that we have in our ecosystem. And it's about managing differently. It's about how we do better. So I just wanted to add that the value that those groups and that thinking, which has made us a leader, is important, but goes beyond climate change.
Thanks. Thank you, Corey. All right. Executive Director Bird.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a couple of remarks here since the topic has come up regarding the future of our IRA projects and the potential future of our EWG and EAS. We've communicated with Ms. Lyons that one of the first things we're going to be asking her to do, have already asked her to do, is to put together a project plan for assembling our IRA work and executing upon it. And as we've briefly been able to discuss that internally, it's clear to us that there is a lot of expertise in the EWG. There's a lot of expertise in the EAS, and we fully plan on utilizing those individuals in some way. And that, of course, is something that we will plan to do in consultation with you. What that looks like at the end of the day, I'm not sure. That's what we're asking Ms. Lyons to develop for us. But we will be, once we do receive the IRA funds, we are then obligated to do those specific activities. And so that will be a priority for our ecosystem capacity. So I'll just leave it there, but we are, in response to some of the discussion here, we are looking to develop a plan for your consideration here in the next couple of months.
Thank you, Merrick. All right. Let's see the hands. So I guess we're on to council action. Okay. All right. Well, let's start from the top. We got five items, and we'll go from there. So anyway, Mark Grelnick.
Well, I have a motion. Probably be very controversial, so I want to warn everyone. I move that Mr. Brad Pettinger serve as council chair and Mr. Pete Hassemer serve as council vice chair for the August 11, 2024 to August 10, 2025 term.
Thank you. That's a language accurate. All right. For a second by Bob Dooley. Thank you, Bob. Okay. I don't think we have any discussion on this, but I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those no. Abstentions. Motion is unanimous. Thank you. All right. It's a great honor, really, to be in this position. So appreciate that. Number two, I guess. I'm not sure who's making this motion. Oh, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. This is for recommending industry representatives to the TRT. I move that staff send a letter to the Office of Protected Resources recommending the following individuals for the industry positions on the take reduction team. Individuals are listed in alphabetical order and not by priority. The letter should also include the considerations contained in the GAP report with regard to alternates, remote participation, and meeting locations. And then below is a table of the individuals, including the recommendation from the GAP for David Lethen to be added.
Yep. Thank you, Lynn. That was good. Second by Marcy Ripko. Thank you, Marcy. All right. Oh. All right. Phil Anderson.
I would like to make an amendment to the motion.
Okay.
And I would like to add Larry Thievick from Washington, who's president of the Washington Crab Association.
Okay. Wait till it gets up there. It's the wait till we get it down on the screen. All right. Language accurate. Very good. For a second. Second by Butch Smith. Thank you, Butch. Want to speak to your motion or your amendment?
Yeah, it's my feeling that it's the Dungeness crab fishery is probably in the bullseye here as much as any fishery. And while Bernie Burkholder is involved in the crab fishery, I'm not sure to what degree. Paul Clampett is not. And I'm very concerned that we don't have a representative on this list that is front and center representing the Washington Dungeness crab fishery. And I believe it to be very important.
Okay. Thank you, Phil. I would like to point out that it's seconded by Butch Smith instead of Bob Dooley. Okay. All right. Heather All.
Thank you. I just want to speak to this amendment and note that not only does Larry Thievik hold a Dungeness crab license, he also owns a sablefish permit and he fishes for spot prawn in Washington. So even though the TRT is proposed for California spot prawn, he has experience in all three of the fisheries that are under consideration. He's a valued advisor to the Coastal Dungeness Crab Committee and other committees. So just want to speak on his behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Anyone else? Marcy Repko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the maker of the motion. I believe we had a late addition to this list this meeting with David Lathine being added. I was just wondering if the GAP had an opportunity to discuss this recommendation and just wonder why we didn't hear from them on this individual. Thanks.
Phil?
Yeah, thanks. Well, first of all, the GAP doesn't deal with Dungeness crab fishing. The GAP doesn't necessarily have members who are knowledgeable, people that are principals in the Dungeness crab fishery. So I'm not necessarily surprised that Larry's name didn't come up in their discussions. So this is not about groundfish, and my issue is not about groundfish in the long line and pot fishery being represented. It's about the adequate representation of the Dungeness crab fishery.
Okay. Thank you, Phil. Oh, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Maybe I'm confused, but the intent of the table that I included based on the GAP recommendations was we were just speaking to people who could adequately represent the sablefish fisheries. It was my understanding the states would be recommending people for the Dungeness crab fishery seats, that we were only speaking to fisheries that we have purview over. I included the Dungeness crab column in this table, not to imply that we were covering Dungeness crab fishery completely, but to show that some of these people do participate in other fisheries. So I may have misunderstood what our goal was here. Was it to cover all of our fisheries? Because if we're trying to cover all of the crab fisheries too, I think Oregon would have additional people we want to add to the list. If it was just to cover our sablefish pot fisheries, our sablefish longline fisheries, I'm comfortable with the list. I'm just, maybe we as a group have a misunderstanding of what we're trying to do here. So I don't know if that's a question for nymphs or who.
Okay. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I seem to recall when we discussed this, that this is one component of all the total of the appointees to this. This is just our council input of the list. And obviously, they probably will not take every name off this list to be there. And I did remember what Ms. Mattis was talking about, that Dungeness Crab would probably have their own lists that go into the pot to candidates. Although I still support, I mean, we've heard from Larry Thievik on the council floor, and from my perspective, part of the council family, we value his input and understand his expertise. And as is the rest of this list, I recognize almost every name on there, people that have added to our process here and would be very well, represent us very well. And obviously take the GAP's recommendation to heart, but I don't have a problem with adding others. And I think this will be far from the complete list. And I think if we find ourselves that we have left someone off the list, we probably have the opportunity to insert that somewhere and as we go forward. So I'll support this amendment for sure. And I appreciate Phil bringing it forward, and I'm ready to move on. So thank you.
Okay, Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thanks. And apologize for jumping in front of a few hands that were up before mine, but maybe because of some of the discussion, just a reminder here. We did have a detailed presentation in April. These lists are recommendations from the council. In the end, NIMS will decide. But the motion as put forward has no ranking. And it has a list now of potentially 10 names. When PRD presented to the council in April, it went over the list of members that need to be a part of this. They are targeting 25 to 30 total for the entire TRT. And that has to include representatives from all the federal agencies, every state, one for the council, one for the Interstate Fishery Commission, academic and scientific organizations, environmental groups, tribal organizations, and then all commercial and recreational fisheries groups. So that's a large list to compile into 25 to 30. So I think I'm not over my skis to suggest that 10 of the commercial and industry groups would be looked at as needing to be chosen from and picked a small handful, if you will, from that list versus approving the list. And there was a discussion as well in that about how the selection criteria goes. So if there is no ranking or additional justification, then we would go with the TRT member selection criteria that was presented to the council in April, which talks about an individual's ability to bring firsthand knowledge and perspective to bear on the relevant fisheries or marine mammal species, ability to balance a regional perspective with localized knowledge, willingness to express fundamental interests as opposed to fixed positions and clearly convey the interests of one or more stakeholder groups, ability to work collaboratively, use an effective communication network, willing to travel and participate in person, et cetera. So these are the lists that NIMS will be, the criteria that NIMS will be using as it evaluates this and makes its selection to populate the team that, again, due to many factors, needs to be limited to be wieldy enough to do this in a fashion with the appropriations and resources that we have and timeline that we have. Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan. Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my initial thought here is that I'm a little caught off guard, and my inclination leans against support for the amendment. The GAP has taken this task very seriously, developing recommendations to us, and has also attempted to provide information on where, in addition to sablefish, pot, or longline, what other fisheries some of these individuals participate in to help inform NIMS as they go through the selection process. Adding somebody at this point to the list that hasn't undergone that gap review just gives me pause. I just want to, I think, second Lynn's remarks that the GAP's role is to ensure that the representation or that NIMS has a full suite of candidates with expertise in the sablefish, pot, and longline fisheries. That's the fishery under our FMP that would be affected by actions of the TRT. So I wholeheartedly agree that that was the focal point of the GAP's thinking and analysis and their starting point in terms of developing the recommendations. I also agree that the states have every opportunity to provide recommendations with regard to state managed fisheries, including each state's Dungeness crab fishery and the spot prawn fishery. I do think we have a good opportunity here, again, to provide this kind of additional information about, what individuals could potentially represent multiple fishery sectors. So I think we did our homework here with the GAP's help, and I would be, I think, reluctant to support at the last opportunity here, adding to the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? If not, I'll call for the question. So, all right, okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No?
No.
No.
I got nothing. Unless somebody else got that, but I'm. Roll call? Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to happen any.
Okay, Mr. Chairman and council members, I'll be working off voting sheet number 2. The motion references C6 amendment moved by Mr. Anderson. See, starting from the top, Heather Hall,
Yes.
Krista Svensson,
Yes.
Joe Oatman,
Yes.
Mark Gorelnik,
No.
Sharon Kiefer,
No.
Ryan Wolf,
Abstain.
Robert Dooley,
Yes.
Butch Smith,
Yes.
Phil Anderson,
Yes.
Corey Ridings,
No.
Marcy Yaremko,
No.
Pete Hassemer,
Yes.
Lynn Mattis,
Yes.
As the vote stands now, it's 8-4. You do not need to vote, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
And with that vote, the amendment passes.
All right. Well, I will say that Larry's probably one of the more articulate fishermen I've ever heard give testimony. So we certainly add value. Okay. So we have a amended motion on the floor. Any discussion? If not, I'll call for the question from the amended motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those no? Abstentions?
Abstain.
One abstention. Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much. All right. I believe on the number 3 on the list, we've actually, Ryan spoke to that. And so we won't deal with the JMC at this meeting. So we'll take us to the appointing the CDFW nominee at the GMT. So Marcy, you're up. Go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the council appoint Mr. Thompson Benez to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife position on the Groundfish management team.
Okay, we'll just pause. There we go. There it is. Language accurate. Looks so.
Yes, it is.
All right. So for a second, second by Corey Writings. Very good. Would you like to say anything? Speak to that?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to acknowledge that Thompson has demonstrated that he's highly capable. He's been serving as a substitute role on the GMT over the past year. Thompson's a quick study, a great team contributor and collaborator, and I know will serve the GMT and the council well.
Wonderful. Any more discussion? Okay, seeing that, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. That will take us to our last item. Okay. Adopting the composition for all term limited advisory body positions for public review. So anyway, further discussion? At all?
I do have a motion.
Okay, please.
Not that one. Thank you. I move the council adopt the following changes to council advisory body positions for public review. Salmon Advisory Subpanel, remove the gillnet position and one of the California sport positions originally created for inland fisheries. Coastal pelagic species, revise the description of the Washington commercial seat on the CPS advisory subpanel to be either Washington commercial or Washington processor. Washington commercial / processor. Ecosystem advisory subpanel, request that council staff in exploration of new IRA funding and associated work provide guidance on how the composition of the ecosystem advisory subpanel might be more efficient or change with this new funding and associated work. Groundfish advisory subpanel, revise the current 3 sport fisheries at large positions to be 3 state specific positions and 1 sport fishery at large.
The language is accurate, Sheree?
Yes, it is.
Very good. For a second. Second by Phil Anderson. Thank you, Phil. Please speak to your motion as needed.
Thank you. I put forward this motion to give us a starting place to think about in public review and seek public comment on. I spoke to it a little bit before, but I'll just run through the list on the Salmon Advisory Subpanel. Again, these are 2 positions that were originally created for inland fisheries, and I do appreciate they're associated with ocean fisheries, but they may be a bit outside of the council's purview. So wanted to put those out for public review. On the CPS advisory subpanel, this would recognize that, or it would condense the advisory subpanel so that it's just a Washington commercial or processor. It was an attempt to streamline that a bit from the Washington perspective. Let's see, on the ecosystem advisory subpanel, I'm not sure that a motion was necessary. I heard Executive Director Burden speak to this, what sounds like a very similar intent with what I drafted in this motion. So, but it's there formally to refer to. On the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, again, this would really specify 3 sport fishery at-large positions and change that to be state specific and leave 1 as an at-large position. And I the thinking with that is it may be right now that at-large is important for California to be in, and appreciate where we are right now with the current makeup of the gap. But it may be that California finds themselves in a position where they don't have someone who can be on that in that at-large position, and maybe Oregon does. So it leaves some flexibility in the at-large for that. I'll say HMS is not, I didn't recommend anything in this motion on HMS. I think it's really important that there's representation from each state on the HMS. I didn't find a way to do that in a motion, but maybe in September when we speak to it again, that's really important. We've had incredible value from Doug Fricke's representation on the HMS position, and there's nothing specific to the states on there. So I didn't make a change at this point, but just wanted to flag the reason why. I think that covers it.
Okay. Thank you, Heather. Questions for the motion maker? Marcy Repko.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two questions. First, on the EAS item and the council staff exploration, as we heard about under some discussion here, you are requesting that council staff provide guidance. I guess I'm just wondering what is meant by the term guidance, and if perhaps another term like recommendations might be better. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Ramco. I had both those words in there at one point, guidance or recommendation, but the idea is really that with the work plan that will be coming from that it would just shed light on how the EAS might support the work plan. So it could be, perhaps a recommendation is better. I didn't want it to be overly burdensome, but feedback or input is what I was looking for.
Okay. Thank you, Heather. Marcy, is this a good follow-up?
I did have two questions of Heather. Okay. So my second question pertains to the GAP recommendation to revise this 3 sport fisheries at large positions to be 3 state-specific positions and 1 at large. That differs from the GAP's recommendation to us, and that the GAP recommended that if we're moving to state-specific seats, that we designate 1 Washington, 1 Oregon, and 2 California, with the idea that should no one come forward from Washington, and has been the case before, that be held open for Washington. So I'm just wondering if you can explain why you are proposing something different than the GAP's recommendation here. Thank you.
Yeah, the primary goal was to be specific about the current 3 sport fishery at large, that they be state specific. And then what it does is add an additional at large that could be, as it is now, it maintains that California seat on the GAP. But if it's some other time, not California, it leaves it open to be filled by Oregon or Washington. So be 3 state specific and 1 at large.
Okay. Any other? Thank you, Marcy. Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I look at this motion, the coastal pelagic species jumps out at me because we're talking about putting something out for public review. All of the others have a specific action by the council embodied in the motion for review. The coastal pelagic species does not really, I'm sorry, ecosystem advisory subpanel. I'm saying the wrong words. That's more of an internal ball game in terms of we're asking staff to do something. And so I have, I'm uncomfortable with putting that one out for public review because what is the public reviewing? We've not identified a specific council action. Furthermore, what I heard from the executive director was, of course, the consideration is not only going to be about the ecosystem advisory subpanel, but also the ecosystem work group. And I would be prepared to make an amended motion to remove the ecosystem advisory subpanel section. It just does not seem that is appropriate in line with the other actions to be sent out for public review.
Okay. Kelly?
Thanks, Ms. Kiefer. Question back to Ms. Hall. As I understood this motion, I would have interpreted the ecosystem advisory subpanel. When we put that out for public review, we would be clarifying to the public that in September, when we receive the briefing on the IRA projects and the specific recommendations for how to utilize the EAS and EWG, it would be at that time we would be putting out a more specific definition of their composition and work plan for the future. That's how I understood the intent of your motion. Is that accurate?
Thank you, Ms. Ames. It is, and I understand it could be read as guidance, but I think the public review part is that flagging it, that it could trigger some change to the current composition. But thank you for the question.
Executive Director Rudin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then I appreciate your comments, Ms. Kiefer. The other part of your comment concerned the investigation of our work planning and how that might apply to the EWG. We would still pursue that investigation. And the reason that I'm okay with that not being part of this motion is that the EWG is an ad hoc group and this action doesn't concern the ad hoc groups.
Okay. Further discussion? Mark Rolnick.
Are we in discussion or questions of the motion maker?
Okay. Well, I guess we'll
be in discussion. Yeah. All right. I just wanted to point out with regard to the SAS, while one seat that we're discussing, the Washington Gillette seat, is obviously an inland seat. In fact, the COP refers to two California sports seats, not an inland seat and a coastal seat. So I just wanted to make that clarification, although I do acknowledge that it's been filled by an operator, a commercial operator commercial sport operator from the inland. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you, Mark. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. The salmon advisory subpanel piece initially made me a little uncomfortable because we don't have any salmon folks at this meeting, and I don't think we've really heard from them. But then I read the top line again, for public review. Since this is going out for public review, there is time for them, the salmon advisory subpanel, the salmon technical team, et cetera, to weigh in on that. So just wanted to speak that I had some qualms there, but a reminder to myself and maybe others that this is just going out for public review. We're not taking final action at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay. Anyone else? Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak to the gap piece and having the three of the positions be state specific. In the event that one or one or more of the states doesn't have an individual at the time that we fill these positions through our 3-year cycle. Having that position remain open and assigned to that specific state, giving the state an opportunity to fill it at a subsequent time, or fill it through, making recommendations to the council, obviously, to me is important, rather than making a decision at the 3-year mark that, well, state X doesn't have a representative identified, and so they lose that opportunity to fill it for 3 years if it's filled by a person from another state through because they're at large. So to me, that was the benefit of having 3 of them be state specific, to allow a state that might be having trouble at the time we make our appointments at the 3-year mark to continue their efforts to try to fill that seat at a subsequent time, thereby bringing that representation into the gap, albeit at a later date. Thanks.
Thank you, Phil. Okay. All right. I'm not seeing any hands. So, Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Ms. Hall, for this motion. I would like to make an amendment.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Can you scroll back up so I can see it? Thank you. I move to strike on the 4th line of text and one of the California sport positions originally created for inland fisheries.
Okay. I think we got that. Okay. We're good. All right. Looking for a second. I'm not seeing a second. Okay. So the motion will now fail. Okay. That takes us back to the original motion. And further discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to call for the question. Yes, Mark.
I just wanted a little clarification on Mr. Anderson's comment about the at-large, the one at-large seat that's in the motion here. I appreciated the point Mr. Anderson made. It's analogous to the issue we had with the California sport, or with the Washington sports seat needing to leave it open. But if we're going to have a state with a second sports seat, it's hard. And if we're intending it for California, which is what was in the GAP report, I'm not sure why we would leave that as an at-large if our intent would be to leave it open to give California another opportunity, assuming there were not nominations for the two California seats at the outset. If that's the intent here, then I'm not sure what the point is of making one of the seats at large, and not simply follow the GAP recommendations.
Okay. Is that a question for Mr.
Well, I guess it's a statement, and if I'm hoping that it stimulates some discussion.
Okay. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd offer an amendment.
Okay, please.
I can't see it. Please scroll back up. Thank you. Stop. Oh, there we go. Under the Groundfish Advisory subpanel item, revise the current 3 sport fisheries at large positions to be 1 from Washington, 1 from California or Oregon, and 2 from California. One Washington, 1 Oregon, 2 California, consistent with the GAP's recommendation.
All right. Is that accurate? Ms. Green?
Yes.
Okay. For a second. Second by Mark Relic. Okay. Please speak your motion as needed.
Yeah, I think the GAP did a fine job explaining the value of this recommendation. And as I articulated earlier, California is a very large state with very diverse private recreational interests that really would benefit from more than one representative. And in fact, we've seen the benefits in the GAP room of having multiple individuals representing this very diverse sector. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Marcy. Further discussion? Phil Anderson?
I thought we were in questions, but so wait.
Okay. Any more discussion? Or for discussion or question for motion maker or?
I'm sorry. No, I don't know if it's a discussion or a question, to be honest.
Okay.
Just a sec here. What I'm reading from the GAP says GAP proposes adding 1 more recreational at-large seat to the GAP. And currently there are 3 at-large seats to the GAP. In the GAP. So this is not consistent with the GAP's recommendation. The GAP's recommendation was for 4 at-large sport fishery seats.
Mark Relic?
Well, I'm reading from the GAP report. GAP members recommend the sport at-large fisheries be designated state-specific as follows: 1 Washington, 1 Oregon, 2 California.
Okay. Phil?
I apologize. I had read that first part of the GAP that I just read from their report and did not see this other piece, so I apologize.
Okay. Heather?
This isn't a question. Are we on discussion? I just, again, want to say that this is for public review. Having what I proposed is different from what the GAP proposed. And having, it doesn't mean that in September we couldn't, after hearing from the public, then make a decision on one of the others. So just wanted to put it out there. I understand where the amendment is coming from, but I think it'd be interesting to hear from the public if there's interest in a different way of looking at it than how it was recommended by the GAP.
Okay. Well, Mark Relic.
Yeah, I think Heather Hall makes a good point. This is for public review. I just think the question is, what's the starting point of public review? Is it the GAP's position or is it another position? So that's really what the amendment's about.
Okay. Okay. All right. So there's we have a amendment to the motion on the screen. So with that, I'll call for the question and we'll move on. So, okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No.
No.
Abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay. Motion passes with one abstention and one no. So, all right. So now we're on the original, now amended motion. And so further discussion as needed. If not, I'll call for the question on the amended motion before us. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Okay, motion passed unanimously. All right. Wonderful. All right, any further discussion here before I turn it to Kelly? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Under council action item number 2, it did say recommend council representative to the TRT. And I know, and I specifically did not address that in my motion. I think in closed session, we had some discussion and thoughts that we might need to come back in September on that. But just wanted to point out that I did not make that motion and we have not taken action on that. Is September too late, or is that something we have to address today?
All right.
From a NIMS perspective, there's no difference whether you make a recommendation now or in September. It's up to the council.
I believe we're going to wait until September on that. That's my understanding. Yeah. Yep. Heather?
We also were going to discuss the appointment to the MSAB under this agenda item. Did I jump ahead?
Well, that wasn't on the list before us. Okay, please.
Have a motion. Thank you. I move the council appoint Ms. Lynn Mattis to the council representative position on the International Pacific Halibut Commission's Management Strategy Advisory Board.
Okay, thank you, Heather. Is the language accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay, a second by Phil Anderson. Thank you, Phil. Please speak your motion as needed.
I don't think I need to say much here. I really appreciate Ms. Mattis' willingness to serve on the IPHC's MSAB. Yeah, I think that it will provide great benefit to the council and our stakeholders. So thank you.
Okay, questions for the motion maker? Discussion on the motion? All right, call for the question. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Heather. We're picking that up. All right. I'll see other hands. So I'm going to turn to Kelly Ames. Kelly?
Thank you, Chair, council members. Just to recap the decisions you've made here under C6, you elected Chair Pettinger and Vice Chair Hassemer to their new terms through August 10th, 2025. We did receive your industry recommendations for the take reduction team, which we will transmit to the Office of Protected Resources, along with the other recommendations from the GAP on the location, options for alternates, et cetera. You did decide to postpone nominating a council representative to the TRT, so we will take that up at our September council meeting. Regarding the Whiting Joint Management Committee, my impression here is by you all not forwarding a motion on this, that we will maintain Mr. Phil Anderson as the Whiting JMC representative until his term ends for the JMC in 2025. You have also nominated Ms. Lynn Mattis to the International Pacific Halibut Commission's Management Strategy Advisory Board. Adopted the recommendation from CDFW to have Mr. Thompson Benez serve on the Groundfish management team. And you made some proposed changes for public review for your term limited advisory body positions. So we will put those out and solicit input and come back to you in September, where you will finalize those seats, and then we will solicit applications to fill those positions. With that, I think you've completed all your work here.
Okay, at least on this agenda item. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break, 12-minute break. Let's get back here at 3:10. Wait, 20 minutes? That's 17 minutes. We'll take a 10-minute break.
We all right.
Okay, I believe we're back in session here and after our break, and to finish up on C7, future council meeting agenda and workload planning. And with that, I'll turn to Executive Director Burton to start us off. Merrick?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is agenda item C7, which is future council meeting agenda and workload planning. This agenda item is intended to refine general planning for future Pacific Fishery Management Council meetings with a focus on the next council's agenda. You do have a couple of attachments to primarily drive your discussion. Two of them were in the advanced briefing book. These are the preliminary year at a glance summary. The second one is the preliminary abbreviated display of the 24 council meeting agenda. I would note those have both been revised per our normal procedure now as we've gone through the week. There are two supplementals of those revised attachments. I will summarize those here in a second. Also, a couple of other matters here that we wanted to flag for you that are in the situation summary. In April, you may recall the council expressed interest in scoping changes to the Canary rockfish allocations within our groundfish fisheries. Some options include considering the topic as part of the trawl catch share and intersector allocation review, a separate 2 or 3 meeting process, or built into the development of the 27-28 harvest specifications and management measures process. So our plan right now is that council staff would intend to work with the GMT to further develop the options for council consideration under the workload and new management measures discussion in March of 25. Additionally, at the April council meeting, a council member requested summaries of the data available to inform stock assessments, referred to as the data collection enterprise. I believe this is Ms. Corey Writings. In response, some staff from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife have summarized data available off the state of Oregon to inform groundfish stock assessments. That's included in your materials as agenda item C7B ODFW report. We've included that because that may help provide some additional fodder for that earlier request that happened a meeting or two ago. So the council action here today is to review the pertinent information and provide guidance on potential agenda topics for future council meetings, provide final guidance on the proposed September agenda and plans for future council meetings, and then identify priorities for advisory body workload considerations. I would note on number 3, what you will hear from advisory bodies are discussions and requests regarding various workshops and initiatives, and those would be an appropriate matter to consider under that 3rd bullet. Happy to take any questions, Mr. Chairman. Otherwise, what I would suggest we do is turn to the supplemental year at a glance and the quick reference agenda for September.
Okay, questions on Merrick's overview? Okay, let's proceed.
Okay, thank you. Turning to the supplemental year at a glance summary, I'll start big picture, and then next step is I will go down to the quick reference agenda for September. Starting with the year at a glance summary, looking at the September meeting, we do have a couple of matters that you may want to take note of. Under the NIMS report, we've been in discussions with the Science Center, and you may recall the sablefish management strategy evaluation from a few years ago. That matter has made some progress. There would be an update in September that we are planning on bringing forward to you. Workload and new management measures update for groundfish. We've struck that just given the realities of our workload coming out of the specs season, if you will. There's not a whole lot that can be done. And so we have suggested moving that over to March. Also, a few other things to make note of on groundfish. Struck in the methodology review portion of that agenda item under groundfish. You note that there's the text that says "and final assessment methods." That's been moved over to November. Moving down under HMS, the EFP row has been stricken given what happened here this week under HMS EFPs. Moving further down that column, the regional recusal determination procedure handbook, we've proposed shifting that off to November. The council operations and priorities item, that's been stricken, but we did have a conversation about bringing some information back in September. That information would instead be sprinkled throughout a few other additional items. So one of those is there is a budget committee meeting we're planning to have in September, and we would bring some information forward to that committee at that point. We also have our usual regular admin items. One of those is every meeting we think about council operating procedures, and we may bring some revised text under that agenda item. So while that agenda item has been stricken, there are places where the topics do continue to show up. Let's see, moving over to November. Starting with CPS, this is a CPS meeting. You see a few matters there. Moving down into Groundfish, like I indicated before, we've added final assessment methods under Groundfish. We continue to have Cordell Bank, their range of alternative, and the PPA shaded. The reason that that's shaded is because of some staffing considerations. See, moving down through salmon, we are loosely anticipating some reports from our salmon work groups. Under halibut, we have this matter shaded for in-season flexibility. Let's see, moving down further. I would note that one thing that may be of interest to you from September and also November, we do have agenda items planned for the Inflation Reduction Act, as we discussed here just a few minutes ago. Let's see, moving over to March, also a Groundfish meeting. We're looking to include an EM update under the NIMS report. Like I said earlier, we do have workload and new management measures moved over to March. So we have FPA on the limited entry fixed gear follow-on action that's shaded. And then we have gear switching. What we're calling this is a regulatory deeming process. That was a complicated matter, and oftentimes it's helpful to have the council weigh in on clarifications regarding any questions that may come out of the regulatory development process. Now let's see our stock definitions, working on phase 2. We're tentatively planning on a PPA at that point. Moving down to HMS, you may recall a couple of times now we've discussed the FMP amendment to remove drift gillnet gear. The way that that has been described to us, your preference is to keep that on the YAG in order to make sure we don't forget about it, but there isn't necessarily a plan for March. So we move that off to June just to ensure that that doesn't drop off of our horizon. Let's see, then moving down through the balance of March, we do have another shaded item, council operations and priorities. You may recall from this prior March, we had a discussion with the SSC. I'm suggesting we strike that unless we have a clear idea of what it is we would like to do in terms of council and SSC dialogue going forward. Let's see, and then moving on to April and June, you see that things become much more sparse, and that's just the matter of that timeline is getting further down the road, and so there's fewer things to discuss. Let's see, I'll shift now to the quick reference agenda for September. Overall, what you see is a relatively light meeting. We did manage to scatter agenda topics throughout 5.5 days. I would say, depending on a couple of evolutions of some of these items that may occur over the next couple of weeks, there is a chance that we may be able to plan for 5 days. So that looks like a reality, but we aren't in a place to suggest that just yet. Let's see, moving over to the left side of the quick reference agenda, something new here is that we are planning on having the SSC meet for 3 days. And so starting on Tuesday, going through Wednesday and Thursday, and that is to cover a couple of additional matters that are new to them. I believe stock definitions is driving a lot of that matter. And Wednesday, we start off with our Groundfish folks, and then the SSC again, budget committee, and enforcement consultants. I believe we have what we've failed to make note of in the supplemental materials is that we are anticipating a meeting of the EEJC right before the September meeting. So that should be in the remote AB meetings cell that you see under that same column. Let's see, moving over to Thursday, we start off with many admin matters per usual. We do have salmon on Thursday. Habitat, we're looking at the regional EEJ implementation plan. So that would be related to the EEJC meeting that would have occurred prior to the September meeting. We also continue to have the Groundfish folks meeting and the SSC. Friday, we have a cross FMP matter in the form of marine planning. We have Pacific Halibut, our ecosystem plan initiative for progress review. Let's see, moving over to Saturday, you see something I already made note of, which is the sablefish MSE update contained under the NIMS report. We've stricken portions of H2, as I indicated earlier. And then once again, you see on Saturday, we would be discussing the IRA projects check-in. And by that, what I mean and what I intend is this would be where we would ask Ms. Lyons to describe to us the project management plan. Oh, let's see, moving over through the balance of the week. One other thing to make note of, on Monday, we do have this item E3, which is shaded. This is something that we discussed earlier this week. There was a couple of meetings ago, an advance notice of proposed rulemaking regarding National Standard 4, 8, and 9 guidelines. The agency has now indicated they do intend to move forward with a proposed rule. We are awaiting that proposed rule. There's some question about whether that will be available by September, and so that's why that's shaded. Let's see, and Mr. Chairman, I believe I've spoken to everything else on these items. Again, I'm happy to take questions, but I think it'd probably be best to move to the advisory body statements and then discuss whatever questions may arise from that.
Okay, let's do that then. So we'll start off with the ODFW report. So Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. We included this report. We weren't sure if it was going to go under the groundfish stock assessment item or this workload planning item. We did have it in the advanced briefing book, so it's been there for a while. This was ODFW's first blush at trying to provide information based on the Supplemental Council Report 1 from April 2024, trying to provide an inventory of what data we have that could possibly inform stock assessments. And while this may not be in the format that was envisioned, we thought it was a good starting place. In addition to the multi-year data sources listed in the table, we regularly conduct research projects to address data gaps, known data gaps. And these can include maturity, growth, and movement studies. They're more one-off, and most of those are available on our Marine Resources webpage. So there's a table that covers the last 3 pages. Had a lot of help from our data shop, our research program, our sampling programs, and our data steward for stock assessments. I'm not going to go through the whole table, but just give an example of the first row, which is ORBS, our Ocean Recreational Boater Survey. This is our Marine Creel Survey. It's been in place since 2001. It's coast-wide. It covers sport. It's fishery dependent. It has effort data. It does have CPU data. We also have linked weight, ages. There's a list of key species, and we've tried to list places where information is publicly available, and then examples of how it's used in stock assessments. So again, this is just a first blush, but trying to help further this conversation as we as an agency look for help on funding and providing more data on information or more data to inform stock assessments, but to help with this discussion. I do want to note that as in past cycles, Allison Whitman is the data steward for federal stock assessments and who should be contacted by our stock assessors. With that, I'll try to answer any questions.
Okay, Questions for Lynn on the ODFW report? All right, I'm not seeing any. Cool. Very good. We'll go to the EEJC report and Corey Writings. Corey.
Thanks, Chair. I will be reading the Equity and Environmental Justice Committee report on future council meeting agenda and workload planning. The EEJC met in person on June 7th, 2024, and reviewed the council meeting year at a glance. The EEJC proposes to add an additional item to the Cross Fishery Management Plan agenda topic in September 2024 to discuss the NIMS Regional Implementation Plan. The Regional Implementation Plan is expected to be available later this month, and the EEJC would hold a pre-council meeting webinar in late July or early August to discuss its contents and develop advice for council consideration. The EEJC also proposes an additional in-person meeting in Costa Mesa prior to the November council meeting, an additional agenda item under FMP to continue council evaluations of its operation and decision-making with respect to EEJ issues, taking into account the implementation plan and the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine report. The EEJC requests this meeting be scheduled to avoid or minimize conflicting times with other pre-council meetings. The June 2024 EEJC meeting overlapped with the HMS workshop and the meetings of the Budget Committee, the SSC, the Habitat Committee, the Enforcement Consultants, the GAP, and the GMT.
Thank you, Corey. Questions on the EEJC report? Okay. I see. Thank you very much. All right. Next up is the EAS report and Teresa Labriola. Teresa, are you there?
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Pettinger and members of the council. I'm Teresa Labriola with the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel report on future council meeting agenda and workload planning. The EAS met via webinar on May 21st, 2024, and reviewed the preliminary council meeting agenda for September, and discussed our preferences for the September meeting. While an in-person meeting is our preferred option, at least 2 EAS members have a scheduled conflict with the council meeting dates, and meeting remotely in September would maximize EAS member participation. Therefore, our preference is to meet via webinar on September 5th, with an option to continue our discussion on September 6th if needed.
Thank you, Teresa. Questions on the EAS report? Okay. All right, thank you, Teresa. Next up would be the EWG report and Dr. Tommy Moore.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Today I'll be reading from agenda item C7A, Ecosystem Working Group Report on Future Council Meeting Agenda and Workload Planning. For this agenda item, the EWG reviewed the proposed ecosystem management agenda items on the council preliminary year at a glance and quick reference. At the March 2024 council meeting, the council directed the EWG to broaden the application of the risk table methodology to include selected salmon stocks as described in agenda item H2A, supplemental HC report 1. In the Sacramento Fall Chinook Ad Hoc Working Group report, agenda item E1A SRWG report 1, the work group states that since this council direction came after the working group's first meeting, the working group has not had the opportunity to fully discuss this topic and will look forward to a presentation for the EWG on elements of the risk table approach and the factors it considers, along with quantitative analyses associated with risk tables that might inform management measures or control rules. Therefore, the EWG requests a webinar with relevant salmon advisory body representatives in advance of the September council meeting to explore the risk table utility in the council's salmon fishery management framework. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Moore. Questions on the EWG report? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the last sentence and the request for the webinar with relevant salmon advisory body representatives. Do you have any advisory bodies in mind in particular?
No, we didn't discuss it that far. We were hoping, or we would assume, members of the Sacramento Fall Chinook Working Group, and if there is interest or need for members from the SDT or SAS. but we thought it'd be best to leave that up, open to those working groups or to those advisory bodies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further questions for Dr. Moore? Okay, seeing that. Thank you, Tommy. Next up will be the GMT and Abby Moyer. Welcome, Abby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, council members. For the record, my name is Abby Moyer, here to read the Groundfish Management Team report on future council meeting agenda and workload planning. September meeting. During the Groundfish Management Team's discussion on C2 council operations and priorities, a proposal was brought forward to schedule a travel day midweek during the September Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting to allow the GMT to travel home and listen to Groundfish agenda items on the floor remotely. This would reduce travel costs while still allowing the full team to maintain continuity of knowledge of council discussion on Groundfish agenda items and support each other during presentations. Therefore, the GMT recommends that all Groundfish items currently scheduled on September 22nd be moved to September 23rd, which would allow for a whole day of non-Groundfish items on the day of travel. To accomplish this, the council could consider switching the Groundfish agenda items with the highly migratory species agenda items currently scheduled for the 23rd. This switch may also assist the council in discussing stock definitions for species assessed in 2025 and 2027 PPA and phase 2 stock definition scoping by separating these similar yet discrete agenda items by a full day on the council floor. The current proximity of these items on the agenda could create confusion and imply that they are tied to the same action. The GMT appreciates being scheduled to meet at 8 a.m. on September 18th as opposed to 1 p.m., as this would help maximize team effectiveness during their in-person hours at the September meeting and accommodate travel. Two commercial representatives on the GMT will be absent at the September meeting, which is expected to limit the team's ability to respond to in-season requests. Year at a glance, the GMT is comfortable with unshading the trawl catch share program and intersector allocation review in September, but defers to the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel and the council as to whether that is a preferred time to begin scoping of the allocation review. The GMT is also comfortable unshading the Cordell Bank agenda item currently on the November 2024 agenda, as well as unshading the 3 shaded agenda items currently on the March 2025 schedule. If the council moves forward with removing Groundfish agenda items from the April 2025 meeting to accommodate budget reduction goals, then both the National Marine Fisheries Service report and in-season agenda items should be removed from the year at a glance in April. And that concludes my report, our report.
Thank you, Abby. Questions on the GMT report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Moyer. On the September scheduling, appreciate the GMT's creative thinking on how to do their work, travel, and still participate. Given some logistical things that may already be in play, if the GMT members were provided the opportunity or the option of staying over the night of the 22nd and traveling home on the 23rd, that way they would be here be in attendance for all of the Groundfish. Would that work as well, rather than changing things at this point in regards to switching HMS and Groundfish?
Through the chair, Ms. Mattis, thank you for your question. Although not ideal, it would work if some members were allowed to stay through the agenda items that are scheduled on the 22nd and then travel home the next day.
Thank you. And again, appreciate you all trying to come up with creative ways to do your work and save on travel costs.
Thank you, Lynn. Further questions for the GMT? Not seeing any. Thank you, Abby.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up will be Susan Chambers in the GAP report. Susan.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Pettinger, and good afternoon, council members. My name is Susan Chambers, and I will be reading from agenda item C7A, Supplemental GAP Report 1 regarding future workload planning. Regarding September 2024 and referencing the draft quick reference, The GAPS recommends removing the in-season flexibility part of the halibut items for September 2024, since this was already addressed by the council in November 2023. For the preliminary year at a glance and referencing the draft attachment 1, the GAP recommends again, removing the in-season flexibility part of the halibut items for September and November, since they were already addressed. Unshading the research and data needs for November 2024 and March 2025 for the reasons we stated in our March 2024 statement. The GAP is interested in expanding the, the hook and line survey into nearshore areas and expanding the trawl surveys into shallower waters. Unshading the Cordell Bank range of alternatives PPA for November 2024. This is an issue that needs to be finalized. And unshading the following for March 2025, because both of these are important to the GAP. And those are limited entry fixed gear follow-on PPA and the gear switching regulations deeming. Regarding non-agenda items, the GAP continues to support the additional scientific and statistical committee workshops, especially the closed area workshop, as included in its November 2023 Report 1 on stock definitions. The GAP has commented and supported this several times under future workload planning. Collections and repositories and their use in fisheries management would be very beneficial to stakeholders and the public at large. The GAP is always interested in transparency and sees where this effort could be beneficial to include all states and tribes as well. However, we are concerned that if this workshop occurs in the fall, that stock assessment authors may not be available to participate. And that concludes our GAP statement, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Questions on the GAP report? Not see any. Thank you, Susan. Next up would be Dr. Jason Scheffler and the SSC report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Jason Schaffler, and I'll be reading agenda item C7A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Future Council Meeting Agenda and Workload Planning. The Scientific and Statistical Committee discussed workload planning and has the following updates to its April 2024 statement under this agenda item. The SSC Ecosystem-Based Management Subcommittee proposes a virtual meeting on August 5th, 2024 to review further developments of risk tables for groundfish and their application in support of Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4 to report to the Council at the September 2024 Council meeting. Anticipated participants include members of the Ecosystem Work Group and the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel. The SSC Groundfish Subcommittee will also be invited. The Council Coordination Committee's Scientific Coordination Subcommittee meeting will be hosted by the New England Fishery Management Council and will be held during the week of August 26, 2024 in Boston, Massachusetts. Jason Schaffler, Cameron Spear, Cheryl Barnes, Chris Free, and the SSC staff officer plan to attend. The SSC proposes that the full SSC hold a meeting to discuss Phase 2 stock definition analyses as an extra day added to the September SSC meeting in Spokane. The SSC notes that a full day may be necessary to review major elements of Phase 2, including, number 1, a literature review on all remaining undefined groundfish species, and number 2, federal state waters catch proportion methods and analysis. Originally, the SSC groundfish and economic subcommittees were proposed to review methods for the state federal catch proportion analysis in summer of 2024. However, planning indicates that the availability of review materials and SSC timing could be more effectively discuss this item during the 3-day SSC September agenda and provide recommendations under the council agenda item for scoping. The ideal timing of these 3 days would begin 2 days prior to the council meeting to allow sufficient time for writing and reviewing statements. This is because it can be challenging to prepare and review a statement the same day. The deadline for submitting a statement should be the following day or later. If the council finalizes a list of topics at the September meeting, the SSC proposes the SSC Salmon Subcommittee hold a salmon methodology review with participation from the salmon technical team and the model evaluation work group in the week beginning September 30th, 2024, at a time and place to be determined. The review would need to take place the week beginning September 30th, 2024, to meet the November advanced briefing book deadline. Documentation would need to be completed at the time of the September council meeting to meet the SSC requirements for 2 weeks of review time. The SSC proposes holding a groundfish methodology review to consider the use of Fourier transform near-infrared spectroscopy method for estimating groundfish ages to be utilized in future stock assessments in the week beginning September 30th, 2024. The SSC suggests that this could be a virtual meeting. The year-at-a-glance summary, agenda item C7 attachment 1, currently indicates that the groundfish agenda item methodology review, preliminary impact model topics, and final assessment methods is scheduled during the September 2024 council meeting. Due to shifting the groundfish methodology review later in the fall 2024, the SSC proposes to move the subportion of this topic, final assessment methods, to the November 2024 council meeting. Thus, the November 2024 council meeting agenda item would encompass the final action for both the impact model topics and assessment methods. The SSC Ecosystem-Based Management Subcommittee proposes a virtual meeting in fall 2024 to review krill indicators in the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Team's Ecosystem Status Report, as supported by the Council in March 2024. This topic and the risk table topics were originally envisioned to be reviewed together, but the presenters for the krill topic are not available in August. The SSC proposes holding a workshop in 2024 on use of remotely operated vehicle data in stock assessments to facilitate potential inclusion in future groundfish assessments, dependent on proponents' readiness and the provision of additional information to review by CDFW. This includes review of abundance estimates for quillback rockfish and consideration of methods for integration of results in future stock assessments. Rather than hold a separate workshop on approaches to deal with large closed areas and other spatial issues in stock assessments, as suggested in earlier planning statements, the SSC proposes to use the ROV meeting as an opportunity to begin discussions of this topic, focusing on a presentation of ongoing literature review on this topic by Northwest Fisheries Science Center staff. The SSC proposes the Groundfish Subcommittee hold a virtual meeting to discuss and prepare the accepted practices guideline for groundfish stock assessments in 2025 and 2026, documented in early 2025, to prepare the final draft document for the council agenda item scheduled for March 2025. The SSC proposes the CPS Subcommittee conduct a review of the new Southwest Fisheries Science Center, Northwest Fisheries Science Center integrated survey in late 2025 in order to identify any issues or any additional analyses to be conducted prior to the use of these results from the survey in CPS stock assessments. And I would just point the council to the table beginning on page 3 and continuing to page 4, which contains a full list of these meetings that I just discussed. And that concludes the SSC statement. I would be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
All right. Questions for Dr. Schaffler on the SSC report? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Jason. Next up will be Amber Rhodes with the HMS management team report. Amber?
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you. I am Amber Rhodes. I will cover the HMSMT's report under this agenda item C7. For the September 2024 meeting agenda, the team's recommendations are two-part. First, to adjust the team's meeting schedule to avoid conflict between HMS agenda floor time and travel time. The team discussed that the council could either extend team meeting time through the 23rd to cover the floor agenda items, or schedule the management team to meet the 20th through the 21st, travel home on the 22nd before taking up floor items on the 23rd, or even have the team meet virtually in September. Second part was to move the HMS roadmap workshop report agenda item to November, when the meeting would be in Southern California, and to allow for more engagement by stakeholders. And then in looking at the updated year at a glance in attachment 3, it appears the council has already moved the shaded FMP amendment to remove drift gillnet gear agenda item to the end of that meeting calendar, and that is consistent with the team's recommendations. And that covers it.
Okay, thank you, Amber. Questions on the HMS management team report? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. Next up would be the HMS advisory subpanel and Mike Conroy. Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Mike Conroy, and I'm here on behalf of the HMSAS to present our supplemental report on agenda item C7, future workload planning. The AS appreciates the council's hosting the HMS roadmap workshop in advance of the June council meeting. The workshop was well attended with a significant number of local commercial and recreational fishery participants in attendance. If the council intends to address the outcomes of the workshop in one meeting, the AS recommends that be scheduled for November in Southern California to maximize the ability of workshop attendees to participate in those conversations. However, the AS recommends the council utilize a 2-meeting process, with the initial report out on the workshop taking place in September, with final action on any recommendations coming out of that report out to take place in November. The AS also participated in a discussion about a proposal in front of the California Fish and Game Commission to change activities allowed within 3 closed areas that encroach upon federal waters. The harvest of HMS stocks is disallowed in those areas. The AS recommends putting this on a future council meeting agenda for the HMS advisory bodies to consider and provide specific recommendations. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Questions on the HMS AS report? Kelly Ames.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mike, for the great report from the HMSAS. In the report that Amber delivered for the MT, she suggested that the MT could meet remotely in September. Did the HMSAS discuss that option? And if so, what was your feedback?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Ames, for the question. We did not discuss that.
Okay. Kelly, all right. Further questions? Mike? Okay. Thanks, Mike. All right. And next up would be the Habitat Committee report and Dr. Corey Green. Corey.
Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the council. I'll be reading agenda item C7A, Supplemental Habitat Report 1, report on future council meeting agenda and workload planning. The Habitat Committee discussed the draft reference agenda for the September 2024 Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting in Spokane, Washington. The HC requests meet virtually for 2 days prior to the September council meeting to discuss the following topics. The HC plans to discuss the upcoming salmon essential fish habitat review, including the HC's involvement in that process, in anticipation of a possible early 2025 kickoff. Based on previous council decisions and comment letters on California salmon matters, the HC anticipates providing the council with updated information on California water quality management issues. Thirdly, the Columbia River Dredge Material Management Plan Draft Environmental Impact Statement is expected in June, and the Hells Canyon FERC relicensing supplemental draft EIS is expected in July. Both documents will have a 60-day comment period. The HC is tracking both of these projects and is ready to draft comment letters for the September briefing book or via the quick response process as appropriate. Other agenda topics for the September HC meeting may be of interest to the council and other advisory bodies and include presentation on a national fishing effects database that was funded by the National Marine Fisheries Service Office of Habitat Conservation and administered by the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council. The database originally focused on fishing effects on the East Coast and is now being anticipated to include information from further regions, including the West Coast. The agency anticipates this online tool will help with future EFH reviews. Also, a presentation from Dr. Claire Reimers of Oregon State University on research that evaluated changes in biological communities, seabed characteristics, and sediment biogeochemical cycling associated with removal of the trawl rockfish conservation area in Oregon. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Corey. Questions on the Habitat Committee report? Okay. Seeing that. Thanks, Corey.
Thank you.
So reports. It takes us to public comment, which I believe we have 2. Okay, that are before us. And first up is Blake Herman, who is remote. Blake, is he there?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me. So my name is Blake Herman, and I'm here commenting today on something brought up by the HMS Advisory Subpanel regarding a petition submitted to the state of California last year, asking for modification of 3 MPAs around the Northern Channel Islands. I am the petitioner that submitted that petition to the state, and I'm here today to speak about what the petition is and what I'm asking the council to possibly provide regarding it in the future. For a little bit of context, last year, California completed its first decadal management review cycle of the state MPA network and declared itself open to accept petitions for MPA-related changes. The window to submit these petitions closed last November. The petition I submitted proposed changes to 3 current no-take MPAs in the Channel Islands network, proposing to make them limited take areas. The petition proposes 4 primary options to consider adopting, but does have a preferred choice, which essentially asks for these areas to become limited take zones and allow HMS recreationally and commercially. More specifically, the petition asks that these areas open recreationally to hook and line and spearfishing gear types for HMS, and commercially to hook and line, harpoon, and deep set buoy gear for HMS. It also includes an allowance for possession of coastal pelagic species, but that is just to allow for recreational boats to primarily possess bait fish. The core idea behind this petition is that these MPAs, according to their founding documents, are designed for non-pelagic species like groundfish. HMS aren't necessarily affected by these small areas and just pass through them. However, our local HMS fisheries are significantly affected by them, be that boxing in from military closures or rough weather and further offshore waters away from the islands. This petition comes at a perfect time where commercial highly migratory species fisheries are looking to grow and fill the gap that will eventually be left behind by the setting of the drift gillnet fishery. And this petition proposes a non-EFP route to expand existing harpoon and deep set buoy gear commercial fisheries by giving water access back in zones where the fishery once could operate. This petition is of interest particular to the council, not only because it concerns HMS fisheries, but because of the MPAs it asks to modify. The 3 MPAs that it asks to modify are part of a subset of closures that expand into federal waters around the Channel Islands. And to make this change, both state and federal sides must come to an agreement. The PFMC was involved back in 2002 in the original process, providing input and recommendations to both national marine sanctuaries on the federal side and the state commission on the state side for these dual state and federal networks. Today, I come to the council to submit this petition asking them to develop an evaluation process timeline that leads to the initial input or recommendations for this petition. Process-wise, kind of just for context, the state is in the middle of completing their proposed process timeline for the MPA petitions. And federally, since this is the only petition asking to modify federal waters in the Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary, The sanctuary staff are also following suit, kind of following the state in hand as they move through their process on the federal side as well. But all additionally, from being in state and sanctuary waters, this is also in federal waters. And according to the National Marine Sanctuary Act, the appropriate council, in this case, PFMC, is within its rights to provide input on proposed changes to fishing regulations in the waters it oversees or is in partnership with, in this case, National Marine Sanctuaries. Again, today I'm asking for possible process to be developed and timeline so that the council can determine its thoughts on this petition. While the petition gives a handful of options to consider, I am open to any input on fisheries or species that could be permitted for take inside these areas, including possible additional restrictions or additional additions that are not mentioned in the petition, such as no allowance of bottom contact fisheries, as that's something that HMS Fisheries never even do in the first place. I only ask that any reviews be done that involve public input, involving public input should be held in Southern California where these MPAs are located and where most of the stakeholders are, just to better gather local stakeholder input. That is all I have for the council today. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them. I understand you're on a timeline, so I don't want to interfere. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Blake. Questions for Blake on his testimony? Mark Relnick.
Thank you, Chair Benjer. Blake, have you, maybe you mentioned it, but what have your discussions been with sanctuaries about this, since these closures were set up in cooperation with sanctuaries?
Yeah, so in terms of sanctuaries, the sanctuary staff is moving in hand with the state on this, as the state is basically developing their process for analysis and bidding the petitions, is what they're calling it. The sanctuary is just following them as they move along. So I'm trying to basically reach out to the council in this case, because you were involved back in 2002 when these zones were created, in terms of providing input. But sanctuaries is moving along with this, and I've talked to them, and that's the extent that I was able to get from them, is essentially that they're moving along with the analysis with the state.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, further questions for Blake? Okay, very good. Next up will be Merritt McRae. Welcome, Merritt.
Chair Pettinger, council members, I'm Merritt McRae, a GAP member. I would like to offer support for the closed area workshop with the ROV workshop. It's important to get the process underway for considering how areas close to fishing and the reproductive potential of fish populations within them are or can be included in the assessment process. Much of the data used in SOC assessments is derived from fisheries, and when these areas are closed for extended periods of times, those data streams can be severely attenuated. Often there's little or no data from those areas available to be considered. Further, I offer support for the application of descending device-based mortality tables in both the commercial fisheries and research efforts. The use of these descending device mortality tables is appropriate and important. While this issue was initially brought in the specs process, it was not picked up there. And I'll be reading from an excerpt from the GAP report on this item, F6A Supplemental GAP Report 1. We say, as a note for future cycles, it came to our attention during GAP discussion that currently all hook and line research non-nearshore commercial catch for the majority of the rockfish species are assumed to have 100% mortality by the West Coast Groundfish Observer Program within the Groundfish Multi-Year Mortality Report, regardless of whether they were descended or released at the surface. In some cases where rockfish are caught in shallow depths and descended, this may overestimate true mortality. Currently, the only species with discord mortality rates applied to the hook and line research catch are cowcod, canary rockfish, and yellow eye rockfish, which was based on previous council action. For the West Coast Groundfish Observer Program to apply either surface or descended mortality rates to all rockfish, there needs to be an additional council action. And I would like to also mention the California Collaborative Fisheries Research Project. In that project, people go out and catch rockfish both inside and outside of marine protected areas in California. All rockfish that are caught from within these marine protected areas are released using descending devices, and a large fraction of those caught outside of those areas are also released using descending devices. And I believe it's inappropriate to consider those fish as 100% dead, especially when a descending device is used. Therefore, this small but important change in policy should be included in our workload planning and move forward to the forefront. Thank you. And by the way, 5 minutes is plenty.
Really, thank you, Merritt. All right, questions for Merritt on his testimony? Okay, thank you. All right, takes care of public comment. Takes us to council action. All right, so open the floor for discussion. All right.
Yeah, thanks. A few things from this perspective. Fully support if we can get there or here or after leaving here for the council staff to work on the if sooner from our earlier discussion and getting us to 5 days versus 5.5, if that works out. Just wanted to know for the cross FMP discussion, I did speak with headquarters regarding the proposed rule on NS 489. I don't think you need to schedule this for September, so that will give you an hour back. When the proposed rule does publish, the goal is to have that open for a 6 month comment period to allow all the councils plenty of time to agendize it. So once we have information that it's coming, we will have probably multiple workload planning opportunities to put that on an agenda. So you could free that up. This would also support the MT's request to move the HMS roadmap workshop discussion to November. If there is a draft report that is done by then, it could be an informational report to kind of start the discussion, but I don't think we're even getting a draft report for the workshop participants till the end of next month, which doesn't leave much time to get things ready for a briefing book submission, but could be ready for an informational report. The regional EEJ plan, that's fine to have on. Everything else is fine the way that it's been labeled, although I would note we would also support the GAP's recommendation regarding the halibut agenda item, removing the in-season flexibility portion. And that's it for NIMS. Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan. Bill Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't remember what day it was, but Mr. Dooley and I brought forward a issue before the council regarding the reporting, data reporting from the co-ops, whiting co-ops. And at least it would be my recommendation that the council have some follow-up on that issue. I'm calling it the whiting data reporting standards would be my suggested title for the issue. I would think that a review of the past reporting specifics would be a part of that. A definition of the council's, or either a definition or a redefinition, however you want to look at it, of the council's data reporting expectations from the co-ops. I'm thinking that the GAP could have that on their agenda, September and or November, but I'm thinking that a potential agenda item for the council to take it up, that you do that in November, recognizing that the data reports from the co-ops, I believe, are due to NIMS on, I think I remember Keely saying March 17th. for reporting out in the council's briefing book in April. So thinking that you would want to make clear what your data reporting standards are in November, so that the co-ops in reporting their data out would hopefully be in compliance with what you're asking.
Okay. Oh. Thank you, Phil. Marcy, you're up. Go.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question on that proposal. Mr. Anderson, are you proposing a standalone agenda item that is an action item, or is it something that is merged with another item that's already scheduled on the agenda?
Well, I'm looking at November. I didn't see a nice fit for it. I thought it could be a standalone Groundfish agenda item. I think it should be an action item where the council provides clear direction to the co-ops in terms of the data reporting standards that you expect to see from them. So I think it's more than a discussion. I think the council needs to be clear to the co-ops in terms of what their expectations are from a reporting perspective, data reporting perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate those comments and appreciate the importance of the topic. What I'm struggling with is that we've recommended, or at least what shows right now on the September agenda on the year at a glance, is removing the workload and new management measures update. And there have been some other priority recommendations that have come forward from other industry sectors, and we've continued to say that we don't have time to even examine our workload and our priorities. And so my concern here is just, this is a decision for this new item to kind of circumvent that process, but that's why I was asking if it's kind of something associated with something else that's already scheduled, then.
Nope.
Well, I was looking at November, not September. I thought November looked like it had potentially some room. I was not proposing trying to jam it into September. I think it's already full. And I think it also it's right in the middle of the fall or the late summer whiting season. And just for a number of reasons, I think taking it up in November would be superior to trying to jam it into September.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and for your response, Phil. My concern is with this circumventing our workload and new management measures process. The proposal that I see on the year at a glance from council staff is to scratch the workload discussion that previously was slated for September. And I'm sorry for introducing this wrinkle, but I'm just thinking about comments that I've heard from our GAP members, our California delegation, on other topics that are, in their view, very high priority, like considering repeal of the non-trawl RCAs due to some technical challenges with operations. So before we just decide to schedule a new groundfish item outside of our normal prioritization process, I just think we should be deliberate about that. Thanks.
Well, that's why I was bringing it up now. So you could be deliberate about it. It's June, proposing something for November. But obviously it's up to the council. If this doesn't make the priority list and you want to wait and see what you get in March, in April, and hope that it's what you need, then that's what you're going to do.
Okay. Very good. Bob Dooley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Phil, for that proposal. I think it's, I would hope it wouldn't be, I mean, it's the first priority there is to understand where the council wants to go with this and what they expect. But I think looking ahead, if you expect the next report to be different than the report you have in hand, those reports will be generated by March. And so if you, I agree that in November, you will have data from the performance of this year's fishery, and it might give you some inkling of what is transpiring in the fishery and whether there's a big concern or how to judge it. But I think that's a good approach. I understand the leapfrog effect, but I think there's a lack of information to react to in-season adjustments you may make in the future for that fishery if you don't have these reports, in a way that you can have that information. And I know we talked about several different ways you might react to the lack of information or the lack of granularity of the information coming forward and the difference that it's been from the past. It just seems like time is there if you forego the opportunity to do something about it before the next reports come out, realizing that the report that just came out was one meeting late. It should have been out in April, but it was out in now. So understanding all the workload, understanding all those things, but I think just bringing it to the attention of what we might want to think about. So thanks for the comments, Phil, and I'm right in line. And Marcy, you make some relevant points. I appreciate it.
Okay. Heather Hall. Oh. Heather.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. And yeah, I appreciate this discussion. I know we need to walk the walk. But also, I don't know if this is a something that would go on the workload prioritization, because it doesn't create it's not a new management measure. It's something that is already in place, and we're asking for, or what I understand is being asked for is a council discussion on making sure that the product that we're getting is meeting the council's needs. And so in terms of, looking at the workload prioritization process and how does this fit in? I don't know that it fits into that, although I do appreciate the need to consider how we fit it into the council's agenda. And from the discussion earlier this week, it does feel like something I think that would be important that we tee up and have the conversation and make the time for it. I'm not sure where that is, but maybe I'll look to Executive Director, maybe have an idea. Thank you.
Director Bird.
I think there's something about fiddling with a bright green pencil that gets people's attention. I appreciate this discussion, and it's raising some memories for me that don't feel that long ago about when we built these co-ops. But as I think about the issue of co-op reporting and the level of reporting and the confidentiality issues that are associated with this, I would say that this took us on staff a little bit by surprise. The fact that General Counsel has confirmed that this, in fact, does raise a confidentiality issue, that strikes me as something that this is a really holistic discussion we have to have about what does it mean to ask for this level of reporting? And if you can't get it, what do you do? And that kind of a conversation is, I guess, in my opinion, that's why we have program reviews. And so we are taking that up the first time in September, just as a scoping matter. And so that puts this on a longer term trajectory than I think what Mr. Dooley and Mr. Anderson are talking about. But I don't know how we would get away from it being a more comprehensive discussion, because it's hard for me to imagine figuring out how to go around the confidentiality issues if one or more of the sectors is not willing to sign a waiver. So that's where I think it could fit. That brings it up as a scoping matter in September. And then we don't have a schedule beyond September, but we have talked about making this a no-cost extension project that would be picked up then in the months thereafter, depending on the range of what we're considering under the trawl rationalization review. So I don't think that's quite what Mr. Anderson and Mr. Dooley were looking for time-wise, but I think content-wise, that's where my head organizes that question.
Okay. Right, Wolf.
No, I just wanted to concur with the executive director. I was about to raise my hand to say very similar things. So just wanted to concur that our understanding was the same. This should be addressed or started to be discussed in scoping. If it is possible that the council wants to make certain changes to that based on those discussions, that could involve regulatory changes that are needed, which will then need further discussion as it relates to those review and other future workload planning discussions. So I just wanted to support what the executive director just said.
You're right. All right. Then Mattis.
When it's appropriate, I have a couple of topics not related to that to bring up.
All right. Anybody else on that matter for now? I think. Please.
Okay. I have three, if that's all right. The first one is looking at the year at a glance. Right now, April of 2025 for Groundfish only has NIFS report and in-season management. Based on what we did, the actions we did under C2 and the need to hold our own feet to the fire, if we can keep Groundfish to just those two items, I think it would be all right for our Groundfish management team and Groundfish advisory panel, subpanel, to participate remotely, thus saving those two teams. While it may not completely eliminate Groundfish, it would eliminate that travel. But we would just need to make the commitment ourselves to keeping April that simple. So that was just one thought. For September, both the GMT and the HMS MT on a similar vein, trying to help with travel costs, propose some new scheduling option of having them meet, travel, and then their last day of agenda items be the day they travel, or the day after they travel. So that the day that they would most of the team would be traveling, their agenda item wouldn't be on the floor. Logistically, it may be too late to do that for September, but I would like to see if that's something we can look at for future agendas to try to be creative with their time and the travel, allowing participation, especially in complex items, while still saving those travel costs. And then the last piece, I spoke to it briefly under specs, the gap recommendation and what Mr. McCray just spoke about. If there's any way under either NIFS report or in season in September, we could get some additional information on the discard mortality calculations from WICOP, from research. Just getting some information on what exactly is done, I think would be helpful in how we move forward. I can see that just being an informational report from either under either NIFS report or in season, and shouldn't be a whole new agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. All right. Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry for taking the floor again, but I appreciate the remarks by Ms. Mattis. Just on that last one, yeah, we can do that on the Discord list. That's on our list for follow-up, so support that. And I wanted to wholeheartedly support the recommendation regarding the YAG and April and Groundfish, and even go a step further. I think to demonstrate what we've discussed in a potential firm commitment, I would request that those get at least shaded, if not taken off for now, as opposed to hardwired. The NIMS report can easily be an informational report in April, and I don't think we'll have many, if any, in-season things because it's the start of a new biennium. So could be at least good to signal at the very least that those are shaded, that we are trying to see if we can have one groundfish meeting, one meeting every 2 years without groundfish. Thanks.
Okay. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to speak to my council member report from April, building off our discussion in March around the Groundfish Data Collection Enterprise report. Starting by thanking Oregon for their excellent example that they provided. I think that was really good stuff and gives us a really strong example and a place to start of what something like that could look like. As a brief reminder, because we haven't thought about this in a while, the concept is just to have a report. It was initially for CDF&W and NIMS, but other states and tribal governments as appropriate, which describe the data that is being collected for groundfish species, both in state and federal waters, and how the public can access it. The report should include all significant data sets used by NIMS and governments that inform stock assessment and management measures at the federal and state levels. Conceptually, I'm continuing to talk with people about how this would be most helpful and effective, have it be some sort of a living document or something that is updated on a quasi-regular basis and provided to the council platform on a regular basis. In light of discussions we've had this week, I could see this living in sort of an informational report context. Just as a reminder, the concept is not for a repository or a portal for actual data, but just a compendium of what data collection projects are out there and have existed. And the goal is to identify gaps and help engage the public and the scientific community. And again, I guess the thing here would be just to have the council request that NIMS move forward with this in collaboration with our tribal co-managers and state governments.
Great. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, I want to talk for just a second about Blake Herman's testimony today with regard to HMS. I'm not ready to ask for something to be agendized, but I do have a question, and I just don't know the process well enough when it comes to MPAs. And I may have jumped the queue on where we are, but I seem to be having a day of jumping the queue. I looked up his petition. It's got 1,286 people as of today on it, which is not a small petition. It includes CCA, Piers, Wild Oceans, Santa Monica Seafood, and a number of people who have supported it. I don't normally see that big of a variety of HMS people who have at least expressed interest in something. I think I heard the request for a letter in there. This is why I say I'm not prepared to agendaize, but I also want to acknowledge that Mr. Herman is very new to the process, and it would be helpful from some of us around the table that have more history, I guess I would say, about the process, how to help him be more engaged. And one piece I will point out that we talk about extensively is the MREP program. If what we are looking for is a letter, I don't know if that would only go through the legislative committee, but just really wanting to acknowledge that we do have new people continuing to come in the process and interested in thinking about how to support that in terms of efficiencies for ourselves for how we have these types of requests moving forward, using this kind of as an example this morning. And since I have the microphone, I'm going to pivot just a little bit and say I would be supportive of the whiting component that Mr. Anderson and Mr. Dooley brought up earlier. I value their judgment on this one. I think they've got the experience, and just wanted to put that out there in terms of kind of where we're headed. I know other people may or may not feel differently around the floor, but I do just want to support and indicate that I do value their expertise moving forward, even if they will not be sitting in those seats after today.
Hey, Krista, Mark Rolick.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. I want to return to Mr. Herman's public comment, and I appreciate Ms. Vincent's comments. But I do think it might be appropriate to find a place on the agenda in the coming year to consider this issue. The relief he is seeking is in part in the state's court and in part in our court, because the closures, there's some are in state waters and some are in federal waters, was this council that put those restrictions in. So, and the state has started their process, and I don't see why we should not in parallel be considering our own process there. I don't want to prejudge the result, but I would like to see something on the agenda when we have HMS on the agenda, a scoping. I'm not sure how to categorize the agenda item. I don't see it being more than an hour and a half agenda item, but to sort of focus us on what we might need to do. It would also be an opportunity for the involved parties, which I would certainly include sanctuaries there. This is something we did in partnership with the sanctuaries, and perhaps the state, if it chooses to weigh in on the issue. So I see that November is already crowded. I don't know if we can find time in November. It certainly would be preferable to have this agenda item when we're meeting in California, preferably Southern California, but I wouldn't want that to inordinately delay the commencement of our consideration of the issue.
Thank you, Mark. Director Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure I am accurately following this recent discussion, because there's mention of the issue, and I'm hoping I know what the issue is. And I think what we're talking about is the development or modification of fishing regulations in sanctuary waters. That would then follow I don't know, I can't recall if it's a policy directive, but there's a framework that you're familiar with, Mr. Grelnick, about how that happens. And I believe we can initiate that, as you suggested, or the sanctuaries can ask that to be initiated. But is that what you're describing, or is it something different?
Well, I don't necessarily want to move ahead of the sanctuary. I think this is something we need to do with the sanctuary, but we have the public process here, which I don't think exists in parallel in the sanctuary process. So I think this is a good place for us to have that discussion. Again, not necessarily, not to get ahead of the sanctuary, but to work with the sanctuary. Now, whether this results in a change in the regulations and when that happens, I don't know. But I do think the issue has been presented to us. There's quite a coalition of the NGOs and fishing groups that are in favor of it. I'd be curious to hear what the sanctuary has to say about it. That's my understanding, that they haven't opposed it, but they haven't really taken a position on it because maybe they want to, think about it. I don't know. But I do think having an agenda item that would allow that process to be more focused and to find out where we need to go after that agenda item, we may decide there is a path forward, or we may not. But I don't think we can make that decision in the abstract. I think we need to have an agenda item to discuss it.
Thank you, Mark. Marcy, maybe you can give some light on this.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a little bit from the state perspective about the process that's ongoing in the Fish and Game Commission arena. Currently, the commission is undergoing a process where they're placing petition requests into strata, so to speak, so that it kind of creates a framework or a pathway forward. This particular petition has tentatively been placed in a second bin as it's a request to lessen protections within MPAs. So it's on a longer term timeline, but we expect to hear back from the commission later this year about the plans for moving forward with evaluating these bin 2 type petitions. It sounds like we will have a clear picture on the guidance from the commission by later this year. Mr. Groundfish mentioned a desire to work in tandem with the sanctuaries. So I think, perhaps it's difficult to say if scheduling November is premature or not, but I don't know exactly how. I think we do. There would be benefits to try to align the timelines. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Sort of the time frame from the state would be nice to know. So let's call it parallel system. Okay. Oh, Sharon Keever.
Well, first for Marcy. Marcy, is the state in communication with the sanctuaries at all at this point?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Phil?
Well, as an outgoing present from all of you, I want to try this one more time. Merrick said this took him by surprise. Well, what took me by surprise, and I think Mr. Dooley and others, is when we got the data report that did not include the data that we had previously seen. So that was the first surprise. So the question is, how do you respond to that? I am not suggesting the council try to figure out a way to force them to give you the information that you're asking for if they legally have a way to say thanks, but no thanks. All I am suggesting to you is that you make clear the data you would like to get from them to manage your fishery, and that in turn, then when you look at the co-ops and the way you have the set-asides in one pool, it gives you the opportunity to see how that's working, and if it isn't working, what to do about it. So I'm not suggesting some big process by which you have to look for a way to change your regulations or to force them to do something that's otherwise in law that they can choose to use not to give it. I'm just asking you to be clear about the data that you would like. So that's my suggestion. Obviously, you don't need to take it, but I wanted to clarify what I was asking, particularly in light of the comments from Mr. Wolf and Mr. Burden that somehow I was suggesting something that was going to create a big process that was going to be looking to potentially change regulations or force people to give you information they otherwise don't have to legally.
Okay. Mr. Hesmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, thank you, Phil, for that further explanation. I agree that, let me just say, I agree with what you said. I think there's a short term, a quick, I don't want to say it's a fix, but
What is certain is there's still a deadline next March 17th of getting a report. And I view this as a proactive step in making sure it's clear what's in that report that we want to see. And we should be able to take that up and express clearly what our expectations are related to our management needs. So I support that.
Okay. Heather.
Thank you. I support that as well. And I just wonder where we fit that on the agenda in November.
Okay. Our director's looking, so.
Or how we fit that on
there.
Yeah, thank you. So the question is specific to September. Is that what I heard you say, Ms. Hall?
I said November.
November. Well, let's see. In looking at November, we do have a variety of matters shaded, and we are at 5.7 days already trying to move some things onto November. So what I take from Mr. Anderson's point is that he's not looking for a lengthy agenda item, but at this point, we would be, I think what we're already looking at doing is dropping some of the shaded items to fit within our contracted number of hotel days. So that would be something we'd have to acknowledge, that we are dropping some shaded items. I think that exists whether or not we pick up on Mr. Anderson's request. So what I think you're asking then is, does it fit into an existing item that's in?
Potentially,
Yeah.
if that's the creative way to get there.
Well, I guess what I would do is I would look first for these sorts of matters to look at in season. That would be something that comes up under November. At this meeting, Mr. Dooley brought it up under specs because it's also related to management measures, and I think that was appropriate. But in season is the place I would look to right away, just as a way of monitoring the fishery as we go along through the year, and asking ourselves what sort of data is made available and what we want to do with it. And that would be the first place I would look.
Thank you. I appreciate a little bit of help with that. And I think it also makes good sense. There's potentially not a lot of in-season in November, given it's November. So there might be room to have this discussion under that agenda item.
Okay. All right. Lynn Metz.
Thank you, Chair. This is not on the whiting issue. I know we tried to give the GMT very specific guidance on where their priorities should be. I think in September, it's going to be even more critical since I'd say 99% sure I'm not going to have Ms. Pearson replaced by the September meeting. And I believe Ms. Roberts is also going to be absent from the September meeting. So the GMT is going to be running a little short. With that, just wanted to provide some input on where I think they should prioritize their time. And I apologize, I haven't had a chance to check with Mr. Remco or Ms. Hall, but in season seems like should be a priority. Then the two scoping items, trawl catch share and intersector allocation scoping, and phase 2 definition scoping, they may not have much work to do in relation to that scoping, but I think they need to pay attention to it because it will impact their workload going forward. And then 4 stock definitions for species assessed in 25-27. The other groundfish items seem like they don't have management implications where there would be analysis expected of the GMT, and the cross FMP items seem like ones that maybe they don't need to weigh in at this time. So just trying to help them prioritize their work, given that they're going to be down a couple of very key members. So hopefully that's more helpful to the GMT than to us.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Corey Writings.
Thanks, Chair.
I just wanted to bring a little light to an issue I was thinking that got brought up to us earlier in the week. The concept of a working group for groundfish stock definitions. This has been raised by the SSC several times over the last few years. So just the SSC was talking about the need for a holistic process of defining stocks that follows best scientific practices. They note that they haven't had conclusive discussions regarding the biological attributes to consider when providing guidance on stock definitions, and are asking or suggesting, I guess I should say, the establishment of some sort of working group to serve this council process specifically for defining stocks, and noting that this is something that work has been done by other groups. I believe in this report they noted ICES, and are suggesting that that is something important for what we do here. For where we are today with the two previous iterations that we've done under phase 1 of stock definitions, there was a graduate student that did a lit review. And I'm certainly not one to throw shade at the science of graduate students, but thinking of just how critically important stock definitions are. And as we move into this phase 2, which will start in September, and from what I understand, we'll go for a good bit. So there's not like a pressing need here, but important, really important that we do this right. I think what we have gone through with Quillback and what our communities are going through with closures related to Quillback, really for me, just highlights the importance of the science that we're basing our decisions on. To be clear, stock definitions, especially in this context, when thinking about them as they apply directly and legally to Magnus and Stevens, are a policy call, but they are founded on science. So making sure we do that foundational piece well, the best we can, I think is really important. So I wanted to just shed a little light and air on that, and hope that we can at some point continue discussions on if and how to do such of a working group, whether it's possible with existing NIMS capacity, whether we have to discuss how we might make that happen or partner with another group to encourage that. I think it's worth continuing to discuss that.
Thank you, Corey. Oh, Ryan?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Ridings. Appreciate the comments and do agree that especially the pending stock definition discussion, it is a big deal. There is a lot of big challenges. We have put that off a little longer because we anticipated the complex discussions. The SSC has raised some things, but that is only one component. I would remind the council, right? Magnuson has its own process for defining stocks, a little different from scientists' definition of stocks. We are going to discuss all this. NIMS is planning to present information to the SSC during their meeting before the council meeting. We'll have a full session on scoping where a lot of these will come up. So we have no capacity to do a work group on this before September, but do think we will have a lot more information from the SSC after hearing some of the NIMS presentations specific to the stock definitions discussion we'll be having. We'll have a full scoping session in September, and then I think this is something we could revisit at future workload planning. But I think it's important to note, but I think we'll have a little bit more information, and there is between September, I think it's not scheduled again until March. So if there is the desire to move forward with something like that, we could potentially take this up at September workload planning. Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay. Marcy, did you?
Yeah, not on that topic. So, just a question on the GAPS recommendation regarding the in-season flexibility part of the halibut items. And then the proposed September agenda. I'm just wondering if the GAPS advice is reflected in what's proposed in the September agenda. I'm noting that in total, the halibut items are scheduled for 4 hours. And just wondering if that's a correct estimate in light of the GAP's recommendation.
Kelly?
Through the chair, Mr. Renko, I think if you do remove in-season flexibility from F2, that could be refined. I don't know off the top of my head how low, but we would certainly seek to tighten that up.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Chair, Kelly, it just seems like 2 hours even for the CSP and regs seems like quite a bit, but then the second item having 2 hours as well, potentially there is some time to be saved there. Thank you.
Okay. Bob?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before Danny Evanson left, she sent an email to a few of us regarding an email that was sent from Kelly Dennett on the 7th of June as the Friday that we all arrived for our ledge committees and budget committee meetings the day before the council meeting started. And it talks about NOAA Fisheries to release a revised ecosystem-based fisheries management roadmap for public comment. And the date, the deadline on that is like July 27th, I think is what it was. But it's before we meet again, before you meet again. And once again, you know, don't know all the details. I know Executive Director Burton had received this as well. Probably something we ought to discuss and at the very least, maybe weigh in. I know the North Pacific Council was weighing in on it and was concerned about, you know, the ability to respond on something that means something to the council and that we need to could affect us without having adequate time to do that. So may require, you know, a quick response letter or something like that. But I'm very shallow in this. I'm bringing it up to, and hopefully somebody else could bail me out. So I just wanted to make sure we didn't forget it. So thank you.
Director Burton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that note, Mr. Dooley. I guess I would look to our normal QR process at this point, which would entail, you know, myself and at this point likely Dr. Kit Dahl looking at that draft report since he's our current EBFM staffer and drawing some conclusions and recommendations for leadership about whether we should pursue a QR letter. And if that's the case, we would let you all know and then proceed from there. And that's how we tend to handle those things. And that's, unless you have different guidance, I would plan to follow that course.
Sure.
Just to add to that, I do know that the members of both our ecosystem work group and ecosystem advisory, whatever the other group is, did receive that notification directly from NEMS as well, because our member on the ecosystem work group forwarded it to me. So they are aware of that.
Vice Chair Hasselber.
Thank you. Different topic. And this is just maybe a reminder. I know the executive director and deputy director have a lot of chess pieces to move around here. It's complicated. I was looking at the highly migratory species, the management team recommendation about moving their meeting a day earlier related to travel. And what we've gone through here, what they said is they'd be traveling on a day when HMS is on the floor. If they met a day earlier, they'd be available online. We heard about the value, you know, of having GMT members here, but it seemed they identified some efficiency there. Just creates that little gap between when they meet and when the item is on the floor, but they'd be available. And if they do that, then their report is done a full day before the item hits the floor, and we avoid some of that discussion about getting reports in the morning. So explore that opportunity.
Okay, please speak. Dr. Bird.
I feel it's starting to come to the end here. So I have a couple of things that I wanted to just bring to your attention. One is that earlier this week, you all adopted a budget. Within that budget was some money to hire a contractor that we've discussed before that would do I use the word diagnostic exercise of our stock assessment process. And so there's a lot of just consternation and concern that has come out of the Quillback issue. And I've been in conversations with a colleague of mine who's based in Santa Cruz, actually, about doing this review of our process and drafting some recommendations or insights that she might find about how we got to where we got to on the Quillback issue. And so I think there are some questions about trust. There are some questions about understanding, questions about transparency that we've been batting around here for a while. I believe from that budget committee recommendation and then your all decision that money is there, and that's how I would intend to use that. And so I'm putting that marker down just here just to make sure that we're all on the same page. There was also another point that was raised by the SSC and I guess the GAP also about a ROV enclosed area workshop. My understanding is that the Northwest Fisheries Science Center is already doing the work. And I'm not sure if the Southwest Center is involved. Perhaps they are also. And the vision there was to do a quote unquote workshop that would be hosted online, which in my conclusion means it's budget neutral. I personally, I think that's a good idea to shed some light onto these topics. And if the work's already being done, that we should proceed along those lines. I don't recall the actual date, but I know it was the September, October, November time period is, I believe, what we were looking at. So put those out there for you too, just so they don't get lost in the midst of this discussion.
Sharon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have one question relative to the Habitat Committee report, and they point out to the Columbia River Dredge Material Management Plan draft EIS and the Hells Canyon FERC relicensing draft EIS coming in July, 60-day comment period. Said they are tracking them and ready to draft comment letters for the September briefing book or via quick response. My question is procedurally, who kind of gives them the green light to do that and get them started? I'm just not quite sure procedurally. I mean, they've laid it out for us that this is something we're willing to work on, but do they still need a head nod from the council to proceed, or does the committee just proceed? I just don't know.
Dr. Bird?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Kiefer, just because you raised that question, I think it would be appropriate for you to confirm that you do think those are important topics. In the absence of that, we start with looking at what's the charge of a committee and does this fall squarely within their charge? And if so, and if it falls outside of a council meeting, we would pursue that QR process that I just described to Mr. Dooley. Otherwise, we would intend to bring it back to the council for your approval.
Well, Mr. Chairman, my understanding is both of these do deal with essential fish habitat for Snake River Falls Chinook, which is a council managed species. And so I think the committees were assuming these were two that would need their attention.
Are you sure? All right. Heather.
Thank you. Just want to go back to what Executive Director was talking about and giving us a heads up on the SSC topic and stock assessments, and just wondering if the timeline, I heard you say, Merrick, September, October, November, sometime around in there, but just wondering if we could have the GAP, the SSC, GMT provide some input or look at that idea you have for the consultant work, and if there's just an opportunity to have some feedback from those groups on the idea.
Dr. Bird?
I apologize. I might have missed part of that because Vice Chairman and I were whispering here, but I believe you were looking to have some input from some of our advisors into the scope of a potential contract.
Yes, thank you. Just you mentioned the timeline and it seemed broad, September, October, November. Just it seemed like there's an opportunity to have some input from them if that is the timeline. So wanted to request that.
Yeah, thank you. Just in response to that, the short answer is yes, would welcome some input. The second answer is that timeline was in reference to the ROV workshop. So I would intend to pursue this contract before then and launch in the summer sometime.
Okay.
Okay. I think we're, Corey?
Mr. Chair. I just wanted to bring up something that I think it was the EWG noted about a meeting with the SAC Fall Work Group, potentially the Klamath Fall Work Group, and potentially SAS and STT members in regards to developing risk tables. I believe there's a webinar that is being scheduled over the summer to do that as part of our current FEP initiative. But I just wanted to confirm my support for that and encourage them to bring in the folks that they see as necessary from those groups.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I guess my comment on this is that we are moving very quickly, and I'm concerned about the lack of clarity with regard to engagement of the actual STT. I'm hearing discussion about appropriate members of the STT, and I do not understand why we would schedule a webinar on this topic and not include the actual advisory bodies that advise us. The work group is an ad hoc committee with a particular task, and the webinar proposed, as I understand it, is pretty far-reaching, pretty broad scope, and certainly enters into territory that I think is squarely in the wheelhouse of the STT. So if this is going to proceed, I would strongly encourage that it include the STT and the SAS and not just the work group. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just in regards to that remark, Ms. Writings, we spent some time discussing how best to proceed with what it looks like a couple of different interests that are starting to converge onto the SAC Fall Work Group. And earlier this week, there was, I don't know how to really describe that conversation, but it seemed like the progress that was being made by the SAC Fall Work Group is not quite in line with what the council was looking for, and that there's a need for that work group to maybe retrench or refocus on their task that they were originally asked to do regarding conservation objectives. So as we think about all the work and how to sequence it, we think let's have them focus on that. And then the risk table work can come later on. The webinar that you're describing can still happen, but it's focused on groundfish. And so it's hard for us to imagine doing all of that in the SAC Fall Work Group at this point until they make further progress with the conservation objective question that they originally did. I believe that's consistent with what Marcy is saying.
Corey?
Yeah, you'll have to excuse my ignorance if this is obvious. I think the inclusion was just to take advantage of the expertise that was on the work group and wasn't necessarily within, to your point, the, and again, please correct me if I'm wrong on this, but was in the sort of charge for that work group. It was just taking advantage of the fact that that was existence and was doing some good thinking and had various members together. So I'm not quite sure how if we're looking to refocus the work group, if this is sort of outside the scope anyway, that would matter. Just as I said, trying to make sure that the right people, and I think that dovetails with Marcy's comment of having STT and SAS folks there, making sure we have the right folks there to work with the EWG to get that done right.
Hey, Corey? I would like to point out that it's 7 years of the Anderson rule. The author of that rule's phone made a noise. And so at some point in time,
Gosh, you know, if I was going to be here in September, I'd buy you some dinner.
we will see you in November.
I'll give Kevin Dunn some money for you. So
Okay. All right. So, Bert, do you have what you need?
Yeah, let me try to summarize a couple of main points here. Let's see, starting big picture. I do think we can plan for a 5-day meeting in Spokane, just given the note, I believe, from Mr. Wolf in particular about moving a couple of items. One of those being the E3, the National Standard 489 issue, and the other being the HMS Roadmap Workshop. So moving both of those saves us enough time to get down to another 5-day meeting. Let's see. Anything else I should flag? I did make note of a potential new item about the Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuaries. I have that drafted under HMS. I don't know if that's an HMS specific issue or whether it's something a little bit broader than that. I've tentatively penciled that in November, but we would have to figure out how to squeeze that in. And right now, November is quite full. So take that as a shaded possibility. Let's see. I also made note of next April, since Groundfish does look light, we will try to keep that light. And there was a suggestion that we shade the NIMS report and in-season management and potentially even remove that. So we may get started on making April a non-Groundfish meeting sooner than I expected us to be able to do. So we will start to make some changes there to the year at a glance. Let's see, I think those were the major items I captured. We also did talk about some workshops and scheduling of advisory bodies and things over the next few months. I don't really feel the need to recap that. I think we've captured it. But I'm happy to look to my left and see hands being raised.
I would appreciate a recap on those workshops. Thank you.
Okay. See ya.
I don't have a recap. Kelly, can you help me with a workshop recap?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, it feels like our conversation this afternoon has, we're going from one topic to another, so maybe it's not just me having a hard time tracking it either, but you shared that, and I think this came up in the budget committee too, the idea of the workshop over the summer. I got confused about the ROV that was happening in the fall, but asked about the SSC and stock assessment and getting the contractor on board and whether there was an opportunity to have input from the SSC, the GMT and folks on what that looks like. And you said there would be time. But if it's happening over the summer, that's where I'm a little bit lost and could use some clarity on how you'll just reach out to those teams to do that.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry for the confusion on that matter. So in regards to the contract, I'm happy to take input from our advisors. What exactly it looks like in terms of timing, I don't have that penciled out in front of me, but I would like to make sufficient headway on that contract so that there is a informational report for you by the November briefing book. That then allows us, if we take the lessons from that contract and want to do something, it allows us to do it next year, hopefully under a no-cost extension, which would be good for our financial management, also allows us to keep making headway. So I would anticipate reaching out to our advisors over the coming weeks, asking for any input, and then executing a contract after that time. And whether that's mid-July or August, I don't know, but before the September meeting. The second one on the workshop with the ROV and the closed area topic, that I believe is something we have to have a conversation with our colleagues at the Science Center. I think there was a more informed discussion in the SSC that I was not a part of, but I believe they're aiming for the fall for that workshop. What exactly that does for the council, I'm not entirely sure, but there does seem to be a lot of interest in the topic, and certainly getting more on the same page about the potential for ROVs seems like a good thing in light of our data limited assessment questions. So those are the two that I think we're talking about at the moment.
Yeah, you got it. And I really appreciate that. Thank you, Merrick, on the first one. And I think you got what I was hoping for. And that is, as you're developing that contract, you'll be seeking input from GMT, SSC folks, not after the fact, but to help and get their input as you determine the scope of work of the contractor and all of that. So that got it for me. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So Kelly, how are we doing?
We're doing great.
All right. So we've completed this agenda item.
Yes, you have completed your work under this agenda item. Executive Burden summarized the changes that we've heard, and we'll seek to incorporate those in our workload planning documents. Thank you.
Okay, well, very good. Before we close the meeting, we have some people who aren't going to be with us in these seats next year, and kind of heavy heart because I've been around some of you for a long time, some not so much. Last 7 years with Joe, it's been great to get to know you, and it's in every meeting's better. And I hope to see you in the future in the MREP program. And yeah, just it's just been great to have restart a relationship. So it's been a fantastic council member for the tribes, and just hats off to you. Phil, I remember for you, first I met you was in 1990 or something like that at Eureka, where you came down to Eureka to talk to the trawlers of the FMA. And I was down there because I was a member of the FMA, and I remember he needed a ride to the airport, and I was driving home. And that's the first time. And just you've just been a standard, I think, for the council member should be. And I just admire you and just hold you up. Just that's kind of as an example of how you do it. And thank you for 37 years you've been involved in this process. Yeah, unbelievable. And Bob, I just my brother from another mother. I mean, we've known each other for a long time, but just really know you as a council member, and just you were the epitome of what a coastal representative on the council is, and really representing your industry and reaching out, and just love you, man. Anyway, I'm just over the floor. If anybody would like to say something, then please do. I mean, we're just we'll get a bite of the apple in November. But I just had to say that just because I really appreciate all of you for all you've done and all you're going to do. So thank you. Heather.
Thank you. Putting this off for a long time, but I also don't want to miss the opportunity to speak about how important you three are to me. I'm excited because Joe and I serve on a federal advisory committee, and so we'll get to keep working together. And I've been joking with Phil this week. I've put off telling Phil how much I appreciate him since I started with WDFW in 1992 when Phil was running a charter boat in Westport, and I was running around the docks asking people how many fish they caught. And I'll just never forget that. But I've been holding on to the fact after Phil retired that we're still going to keep working together. And I think there's still a bit of a string, but I'm still not ready for it. And Sarah Nyani, I don't know if she's still here, but she had a title for Phil this morning at our delegation meeting that was just perfect. And part of it was legend. And the first part I won't say, but You definitely need a t-shirt that says that. I'll tell you all later what it was. But it's true. And Bob, it's just been my great pleasure to be on the council with you. So smart and leader in such a great way, in a gentle, thoughtful way with every stakeholder. Your conversation about family and how our council family is special really resounded with me. And I thought about, when you invited us to your home for dinner and how lovely that was. And that was really neat. And it was really important for all of us. But in addition to that, your expertise with commercial fishing industry is really important. And there's shoes here that we are not even going to approach filling, not even going to think about it. So, but I will forever think about some of the things you all said, how you've helped us get out of holes we've dug for ourselves, or seeing how you've gotten the council straightened out when we've gone haywire or axle wrapped or whatever it is. And so we'll try to rely on that as we go forward without you. But Phil owes us donuts.
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo some of what's already been said, both from me personally and from everybody from my agency who has sat in this seat. The three of you have helped make this process a better process, from the knowledge you bring, the perspective you bring, the passion you bring. Mr. Dooley, the fact that you've opened your home to all of us and shared your family and shared your cooking, that you didn't have to do that. And I think that helped us as council members bond a little better and was much appreciated. We spend so much time in windowless hotel rooms to be able to relax like that. And that type of situation was really spectacular. Mr. Anderson, I still have trouble calling you Phil. It just doesn't feel right. You intimidated the bejesus out of me for my first few years on the GMT. I dreaded getting up to read a report and hearing out of your mouth, "You mean to tell me," and I knew to just give up. But I've learned a great deal from you and admire how you handle things, how you work with various groups, the perspective you bring. And if I can be even a third of the council member you have been in this process, I think I will be doing my state well. So thank you all to all three of you for all of your work.
Butch.
Well, I saved my best work for November, but still, I am lucky to know Joe. Been a pleasure. We get to work together on the Southern panel where he's the chairman and does a most excellent job. I didn't go to Bob's house because the last time I went to dinner with Bob, he said he was going to pay for it, and I was at a reception for the PFMC. So, but you're truly a gentleman and just a great guy. Would appreciate all the talks we've had, and all the stuff that we've done together. So anyway, and then Phil, I've had the pleasure of knowing him for 40 years or more. When you talk about, I've never got a "you know mean to know me" speech almost, but I've been cracked in the back of the head more than a few times. Been taught a few times and a lot, and I've learned a lot from him. And he is a regular Houdini when it comes to this process, because I would never, ever play poker with a man, because you never know where he's coming from and where he's going to end up. That is for sure. And I am sure we will still have plenty of phone calls together. I'm sure you have a lot more to teach me, and I sure got a lot more kicks in the pants or a swat in the back of the head like the last 40 years. And I will be looking forward to it all. So thank you, Phil, and Joe and Bob.
I just have to say something. Are you? Okay, I'm sorry. I'll be brief. I'm really going to miss these three council members. We're going to be adrift for a bit, but somehow we'll manage. We'll soldier on. But we will miss Phil, Bob, and Joe for all the contributions they've made. And I'll just say on a personal note, I could not have even approached the role of chair as I did without having served as vice chair under Phil and watching him work.
Corey?
Just briefly, like Butch, I'm sure I'll have more to say, not as much to say as Butch in November, but just a brief comments. I'm really going to miss Bob's smile. It's just kind of who he is. And every time I've seen it throughout the process, it's just brought lightness and a lot of levity and personality to what we do. Joe, it's been an honor to sit next to you, and I have learned so much from you. And when I think about myself as a member, I look to you and say, what would Joe do, or how can I be more like Joe? So, and then Phil, when I think about the PFMC, what comes to mind is you. You are largely in my mind, the PFMC, and it's hard to think about a future here without you. And I know that we're all going to have to move on somehow. But you are such a presence and an inspiration, and in a lot of ways, the soul of this institution. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Krista.
Thank you. I'm going to chime in here. I appreciate all of you for very, very different reasons. Phil, it has been incredible to work with you. I have certainly gone out there swinging sometimes, and you probably have wondered, what the heck did we get ourselves into, especially at the start, because I was not well known in the council process, but you have been incredibly gracious. And it has been fun to work with you in terms of conversations around parliamentary procedure, which is near and dear to both of our hearts at times. And just your sense of humor is amazing, which I'm not going to get into here, but perhaps in November. In terms of Bob, it really has been incredible to spend the time that I have with you. We both came on at the same time. We both went back to DC for that training together, which was, 3 days of basically a fire hose. And it was just so wonderful to have somebody there. You are incredible at checking in with people after council meetings, before council meetings, if things come up. You were with me when I bought my smartwatch. So you certainly have a place in my heart. And I'm just so appreciative of the time I've gotten to spend with you. And Joe, you are, I guess, the lucky one that gets the final comments from me. I sat next to you for my first 2 years. You were incredibly gracious. Probably a lesser known fact around the council table, we didn't used to have enough microphones for all of us. And Joe shared for the first 2 years his microphone with me. So I'm probably grateful that we both didn't have to fight over it for salmon, but just so appreciative of your willingness to lean in, be a part, let me bounce things off of you, and share my sense of humor. So thank you all, and you will be sorely missed.
Thank you, Krista. Okay. Wait, sure.
We'll be saving words for November as well, but just briefly, I guess, as the newest council member, it was such a pleasure to reconnect with Joe and Phil. I have worked with them in previous endeavors, and they continued their substantial mentoring and teaching that I had learned from in the previous jobs. And so an incredible pleasure to reconnect with you guys and to meet Bob. I don't think Virgil would have let me come unless it was to sit by Bob because he thinks so much of Bob. And that's all he could talk about was not about the council role, but you're going to get to sit next to Bob. And I know now why he said that, because he's been an incredible mentor. And I've learned a lot from him. And I certainly look forward to relaying some words from the agency in November.
Sure. Okay. All right. Okay, there's only one thing left to do, and I'll turn to Phil Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adjourn.
For a second. Joe, seconded by Mr. Oatman and Mr. Dooley. All right, is all in favor? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you all. Safe travels, and look forward to seeing you in September.